iRacing.com is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all over the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics and engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. iRacing's web-based interface allows members to compare stats and test drive any combination of car and track instantly. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 60,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsport organizations like SRO Motorsports Group to deliver virtual races based on the real-life Blancpain GT series. iRacing's Blancpain Endurance Series features team racing, giving members the ability to build a team and participate in races ranging from 3 hours to 24 hours. Additional partners include NASCAR, IMSA, V8 Supercars, IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own 24 hours of Spa, Bathurst 1000, Daytona 500, and many more. iRacing.com, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car.
Welcome, one and all, to V8's Online's live broadcast of the V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series. You're watching round 9 of the 2017 season. This is the Motegi Super Sprint presented by West End Mazda, getting ready to provide you with some fantastic entertainment tonight from some of the best sim racers in Australia. My name is Reese Gardner. Joining me in the commentary box once again, Cameron Dance. Cameron, how you doing?
Yeah, cheers. I'm not doing too right. A little bit tired from an early start this morning with doing the 6 hours of Watkins Glen, but otherwise I'm not doing too bad. Yourself?
Yeah, doing all right. I went to bed nice and early last night because I wasn't doing the Glen 6 hours, so I'm in high spirits today. But hey, V8 Scops is on, and I suppose that'll do its fair job in waking you up.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be very interesting to see how these boys haul it around the Motegi East layout, and hopefully we get some more very exciting racing.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, as Cam mentioned, we are racing at the eastern layout of the Twin Ring Motegi circuit in Japan, one of the lesser-known venues in Japan, at least if you're not a motorcycle fan, because this place hosts the Japanese MotoGP. But this layout has a bit of history in online V8 Supercar racing on iRacing, a fantastic layout that's really good for racing. Lots of overtaking zones and some interesting corners to boot. It's really good to see those 1,500 kilograms, 650 horsepower V8 Supercars rolling through every single turn of this circuit that passes under a super speedway, IndyCar-style oval. Well, we're in the middle of qualifying for Split 2 as it stands at the moment, and Mitchell McLeod is currently top of the timesheets on a 1 minute 20.308. This is the second split, so these are all the drivers that were not able to make it into the top 40 in pre-qualifying, but they still get their own race, still get their own chance to put some championship points on the table and make a bit of a name for themselves. Mitch McLeod and Benjamin Smith currently on the top there, just 300ths of a second apart, closer. And wow, actually looking down the timesheets, the top 9 is only separated by about 0.3, so we got a pretty close field, Cam.
Yeah, definitely. It's looking very, very close at the moment with the times as they are. Like you said, it's not very big of a difference as far as the gap goes through the field. So yeah, it's looking like we're going to have a fairly close race throughout the field, with it being only just a few tenths separating pretty much majority of the field.
Yeah, certainly. So as it stands right now, we've got cars everywhere on the track right now. It's incredible amount of cars here as we've got Edward Van Velsen on screen at the moment. We've seen him in the New Zealand and Australian iRacing Formula Renault 2.0 Championship, where he's certainly done quite well for himself, and it seems like he's not too bad in a V8 supercar as well, currently sitting in 5th on the timesheets on 1 minute 20.4.
Yeah, definitely. Edward's obviously been doing quite well in the recent few rounds of the Renault series and also this V8 Scops. So yeah, he's come a long way since when he first joined, and hopefully we'll see him in top split very shortly.
Yeah, certainly will. It's an absolutely incredible number of cars here tonight. We've got 35 cars setting times in the server right now, which I think is some of the biggest numbers we've seen in Split 2 since the start of the season, so awesome stuff.
Yeah, definitely. It's always good to have a very big field, no matter what class or split you're in. So yeah, it's good to see all these guys coming out and giving it a go and getting some championship points on the board.
It certainly is. Looking through the field, I'm noticing one of the times that's quite close is I'm seeing Paul Jones currently in 3rd, entering the pits, and I think that's Ryan Bodley up to 5th place on a 1 minute 20.472. So he's just pipped Van Velsen to 5th place. Benjamin Smith, meanwhile, finishing a lap, coming out of this final turn here, the hairpin. See what kind of lap he can do. No improvement. It's going to be a 21.197. So a fair way off his current personal best, but he's still got 9 minutes left in this session to improve on that. It's currently late afternoon conditions here at Motegi, 26 degrees Celsius is the track temperature, so a lot of grip out there, but obviously not enough for Benjamin Smith as he's just spun. Currently on screen now, Daniel Trim.
Yes, so, obviously, recent news that the Performance Motorsport have renamed themselves as Performance Sim Sports in the recent days.
Yep, very interesting news there. As Van Velsen goes to 3rd place. 1 minute 20.38 now, so that's a pretty even split amongst the top 3. McLeod's about to finish a lap. We'll see if he can improve. This final hairpin at Motegi's east layout, you can brake so late for it, but exit is crucial. So not an improvement for McLeod at 22.0. Also doing well is Will Dodd at the moment for Fusion Sim Racing. He's coming through the double chicane section of the lap now. And this section of turns here, Cam, it's hard to get right in any car, but when I was doing laps for the fact file, it was one of the most difficult turns to get right in a V8.
Yeah, definitely. It's because of the crest, it's quite a blind corner. So when you get to the corner, you don't actually realize whereabouts the apex is right till you're pretty much on it. So you kind of have to more or less aim for where you think it is and then hope for the best, really.
Yeah, certainly. And if you're not doing too hot for off-track incidents, then it's certainly not a good position to be in. This S-bend, meanwhile, very different to just about every other turn at Motegi. Nice and flowing. It's a little uphill. Very difficult to get the line right, and then you go straight into this left-hand hairpin that is quite open, but still you can shove one up the inside there and get past. But of course, coming up to this final hairpin is Will Dodd we see going into the pits now. You can easily repass an opponent there. Meanwhile, Paul Jones is coming up to the end of a lap. So out of the hairpin he goes. It'll be interesting to see what time he can put down. He's currently in 4th place. He can dip it into the 20.3s. Oh no, it's only a 5.93. So I guess it speaks to how close the field is, that had that been Paul Jones's best lap, it would have put him around 9th.
Yeah, definitely. It's very close at the moment, and just goes to show how much difference there is throughout the field. I mean, the difference being that it would probably be a very subtle amount of setup, but mainly driver ability, to say the least.
Yes, indeed, as we see Ryan Shelton 0.2 off his personal best right now. Shelton currently in 18th. Focusing on Ryan Bodley once again, coming down this back straight. Well, we were talking about the double chicane cam, but the rest of the track is fairly simple. It's got turns like this hairpin. Very important to have your car set up for good braking and good throttle performance around here.
Yeah, definitely, because as you said, as we've seen throughout the laps, as they've been doing them, a lot of these corners lead on to quite long straights, so you definitely want maximum amount of drive out of the corner so you don't get too much wheel spin, but you also want to have enough turn in so you can also get down on the brakes as late as possible for these hairpins.
Yeah, you certainly do. It looks like Bodley is going to stay out. It looks like this might be a good lap for him. He's got a chain of cars in front of him, but they'll be providing him with a little bit of a slipstream. It comes down the straight, across the line, and it's going to not count. It may well be the start of a hot lap. But this braking zone down into turn 1, Cam, is an absolutely fantastic corner, and I cannot wait to see the full field going into it. It's downhill. The first corner's slightly banked as well, but hey, if you put one foot wrong, it can easily go horribly for you.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure if I'm looking forward to it with about 35 cars heading into it, as it's quite tight and narrow, but yeah, it'll be definitely a place to make a number of moves, especially if you can get it up the inside early enough, with it being obviously downhill and slightly cambered. So I'd say we're probably going to see a number of moves there, and we'll probably see a number of moves leading just after the fast chicane.
Yeah, certainly. And another thing we've got to consider is the fact that this circuit passes under the super speedway circuit twice. So there's 2 underpasses there where there's not much room. You're going underneath a bridge. So if there's a big multi-car incident coming out of turn 1, you won't have very many places to go.
No, you won't. So these guys are going to have to be very much looking ahead and making sure they've got their wits about them, make sure that if there is an incident ahead of them, they've got a way out and can avoid it as best as possible.
Yep, Bodley does not improve on his lap, but he passed Wayne Pendley at the end of that one. Now, a name that we have not seen too much of in this series is Tommy Harradine. He's currently on screen right now, coming through the final section of the lap. Harradine is currently in the top 10 though, so not doing too badly at all. 20.550. See if he improves on that. He is not going to be an improvement. Braking as late as he dares into the first turn. Very easy to cut the inside though. It's a very misleading turn in.
Yeah, it is quite, actually. I've done a number of laps around here myself as well, and I've definitely noticed that where you would think you would turn in, you'd more or less actually want to sort of late apex it to some extent, and that's the optimum line, more or less. It's a very interesting corner to get right, and when you do, it's actually quite satisfying.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think of all the hairpins on this track, and there are quite a few of them, the most straightforward would probably be the final one, but even then, you're braking much later than you think you can for a late apex on that one. The other hairpins, as I've said, they're quite open. There's an awful lot of room to experiment with your line through the slower turns on this circuit, as we see Harry Dean going through the penultimate turn just slightly wide of the curb. Switching over to the left-hand side of the circuit, braking at just about the 75-meter marker. Nice and controlled exit out of the final corner. We'll see what kind of time this can result in. It's going to be a 21.28, so no improvement for him once again. Van Velsen on screen once again. He's coming through the midsection of the lap here. A very short circuit, this eastern circuit at Motegi. It's only 3.4 kilometers long, which I suppose is about average length for the kind of circuit that V8 Supercars race on, but very short lap times, only about 80 seconds. And when you've got enough power going down those long straights, Van Velsen fishtailing out of the penultimate corner. So, yeah, and I was just talking about power as well. You got to get your exit down right, and that nearly 700 horsepower down these straights, you end up getting the next corner very quickly. Van Velsen does a 20.986. I wonder what that would have been if he hadn't made that mistake.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a matter of minimal amount of mistakes in this race, being that obviously you need to get as best of a line and all that. But yeah, it should be interesting to see what that sort of lap time would have been had he not had that error.
Yeah, certainly. Well, Van Velsen is continuing on with his run. I don't know if this is going to be another attempt at a hot lap or an in lap. Either way, it's going to be his last chance, as the checkered flag is now out for this session. And we'll be getting ready for a 27-lap race here at Twin Ring Motegi. Now, from the data on the forums provided by Race Control, this race is going to require a pit stop. It's got a 50% fuel tank restriction, so it's only 56 litres in the fuel tank that is allowed out of a maximum capacity of 120 litres. Pit window is going to open lap 8 and close lap 19. So there's a bit of room for drivers to experiment here at Motegi. It looks like Van Velsen did stay out, but hey, round the last corner he goes, and that is definitely not the optimal line. So that's not going to be an improvement at all for him, a 22.3. But qualifying results are now on the screen. Mitchell McLeod is your pole man for Split 2 of V8 Sculpts at Motegi, presented by West End Mazda. Benjamin J. Smith in second, Edward Van Velsen third. Paul Jones in fourth, Will Dodd completing the top 5 with Ryan Bodley, Gary Cooper, Tommy Harradine, Martin Carroll, and Stephen Lattimore rounding out the top 10.
From 11th to 20th, we have Daniel Trim, Nathan Tregarthen, Shannon Mason, Wayne Taylor, Harley Haber, Brett Loxton, Ryan Shelton, Brenton O'Brien, Simon Pitt, and then Braden Bateman.
Connor McCluskey Young in 21st position with Matt Muggleton in 22nd. Lewis Kugerly 23rd with Wayne Pendley in 24th. 25th to 30th is Alex Greenwood, David Kinmond, Jamie McKnight of West End Mazda, Paul Preston, and Shane Rayner. And Sanjin Delalik, a name that we haven't seen in a while, rounding out the top 30.
Then going back to the final 5 positions, Corey Ott sits 31st, 32nd will be Damon Mulqueen, 33rd will be Cody Bircher, 34th will be Tyler Blackburn, and rounding out the 35th position will be Glenn Brockhurst.
So now it looks like there's quite a bit of overrun time in this qualifying session. So we've got a few more minutes to talk about what's going to happen in this race. As we were saying, Cam, that first turn, it's sort of somewhere between a right angle turn and a hairpin, isn't it? And of course, you're going downhill. It's right at the lowest point on the circuit, and with that run, it'll be very interesting to see what can be done with with 35 cars going into this first turn.
Yeah, definitely. And there's one other thing to remember as I head down to turn 1, off the grid where the pit exit is, it actually winds up, but then as the pit exit ends, it'll actually close up. So these guys will have to be careful not to go out to where the pit exit is, or they'll pretty much run at a racetrack fairly quickly. But otherwise, I can definitely see people possibly making moves up the inside here to try and gain as many positions as possible early on.
Yeah, certainly. Well, about 30 seconds to go until the red lights come up, and we'll be ready to go racing here at Motegi. Mitchell McLeod is the position 1 man. He's at the crest of that hill. You can't actually see much of the first turn from the start-finish line. So it'll be ad-lib city for all of these guys, all 35 of these drivers as they come down to turn 1. So the clock has run out, and now time to get ready to go. Revs are going to rise. And we've got the green flag. Excellent start from McLeod. Oh, have a look at the jump back in the field. Who's that?
Oh, that's on! Someone's returned before we get to turn 1. Oh, there's a big pile up.
Yeah, huge crash here, and we might be seeing more of
more people going off.
Oh no! Oh, multiple cars off. Ryan Shelton involved in that, as are a few other drivers getting ready to. Oh no! I think we're seeing even more carnage as they come through the chicane, or at the very least, cars jostling for position. Well, I can't say that start was unexpected, Cam.
Yeah, it kind of was.
Oh, we've got another car off. A very spectacular incident.
Oh, jeez.
Who is that? That was Wayne Pendley smashing into the wall. Tyler Blackburn off as well. Goodness me. Well, that's going to require quite the replay, Cam. Let's have a look at what happened coming down to turn 1. I saw someone getting a jump and then getting turned around. It looks like that was Ryan Bodley getting a massive start for All-Star Motorsports, but then he took to the pit exit, and it looked like Benjamin Smith just turned him around. I'm not sure how much of that was to do with Benjamin Smith not giving room, or Bodley just turning back onto the racetrack a little too early, but either way, certainly not what you want to see.
No, definitely.
Just went right across the racetrack, and multiple cars involved in that incident, and it started a chain reaction that continued for the next couple of corners.
Yeah.
We've got more than a few cars in the pits. That's Bodley there, Ryan Shelton, and Pendley, who spun at pit entry, making an already bad race even worse for himself, unfortunately. But we're back live, and McCluskey Young and Wayne Taylor currently involved in a battle. Well, actually, it's more of Wayne Taylor being, have a look at Bateman there on the outside of Taylor, and have a look behind them, Alex Greenwood and Simon Pitt going too wide into the hairpin. So it looks like Alex Greenwood has been able to get that move done. So Wayne Taylor now facing a lot of pressure from Braden Bateman. Owen Taylor's blinking as well. That's not going to look good for Bateman.
No, it's not very ideal when someone's blinking around you, so hopefully it doesn't last too long and his connection stabilizes.
Looks like Wayne Taylor just let Bateman through on the outside, so Bateman gives chase to McCluskey Young. So Shane Rayner, meanwhile, down in the field, we're looking at just outside the top 20. Have a look at him going too wide with Cody Bircher down the front stretch. Bircher's going to have the inside line for this turn 1, but is he going to be brave enough to attempt to move up the inside here? Looks like they're going to stay level, and Bircher is going to hold the inside. Rayner gives him room, and Rayner runs off the track a little bit as a result, so he's lost 2 positions out of that one. Meanwhile, Will Dodd, Benjamin Smith, and Tommy Harradine, these guys are battling for third, so Wow, that's quite the train behind them. So it's Dodd, Smith, Harradine, and then you've got Lattimore and Jones behind them. And catching up rather rapidly is Shannon Mason.
Yeah, indeed. So it's about to become a 6-car battle for the final spot on the podium here.
Oh, have a look at Smith. Think he just
good things. Oh, and Dodd to go off.
Oh no, that's a real shame. Either Dodd braked a little early for Smith, or Smith missed his braking point. Either way, that's put Will Dodd right to the back of that train. And have a look just in front of them, Stephen Lattimore going wide. Will Jones almost made the move there, but it looks like Lattimore had the run down the front stretch.
Harradine's going to make a move here as well.
Yeah, have a look at this for West End Mazda Racing. Oh! Hits Smith on the outside. So, looks like Smith and Dodd are back together now.
Indeed. I think a lot of those guys might be getting caught out by that dirt on the racing line as they head into turn 1 from that earlier lap 1 incident, possibly.
Yeah. Redressing with Will Dodd, it seems, as Stephen Lattimore passes Tommy Harradine, and it looks like, just behind them, we had a massive, massive lunge from Daniel Trim, but fortunately no one has come away with anything bad from that, so well done by all drivers involved in that to keep it all recovered, and it looks like Smith just lunges up the inside of Trim, and they're going to go side by side through the S, but unfortunately...
He's just going to hold on to it. Yep. There's a little bit of contact as well.
Yeah, Smith's getting quite liberal with the contact in this race so far.
He's definitely got the elbows out.
We'll have a look. Trim's going to try and send it back up the inside. Smith is going to see him coming and give him room. Fortunately, these are touring cars, so you can afford a little bit of biffo here and there, but they're going very close down the front stretch. This battle is quite fun, actually. Looks like Trim is just going to brake a little bit earlier than Smith. Oh no, he tagged him in the back.
A bit of a tap.
Oh, goodness me.
No, I think that's Harley was going to try go the inside. Not what, but he's possibly going to get a move done here.
Yeah.
Carrying a bit of damage as well on that front end by the looks of it.
Yeah, quite a bit. Dual Trim just losing control of the car a little bit through that fast chicane. And Haber is just weaving around behind Trim. 3 wide just behind them, though.
Geez.
Oh, goodness. Brett Loxton versus McCluskey Young. McCluskey's going to go onto the grass on exit. That's going to... it almost left the door open for Matt Muggleton, but he decided to fall back. And have a look now at Braden Bateman, who goes past Muggleton. Muggleton is a lap down, we're hearing, so he's just letting all of these guys by. So the gap for the lead up front is closing. Edward Van Velsen and Mitch McLeod, they raced each other in the Formula Renault 2.0 series on Wednesday night, so they're certainly familiar with each other. So who knows, we might see them have a fun battle in V8 Supercars as well.
Yeah, indeed, and it's always good to race similar guys, see, as it helps you to have confidence in knowing what the guy's going to do and how he's going to react to moves and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, certainly. Having a look at the timesheets, it looks like Stephen Lattimore in third. Wow, what a gain from him for Race on Oz. He started 10th and he's now up into third. So he's really benefited from all of that carnage in the opening laps.
Yeah, he definitely has, and it also looks like a number of guys have as well, with the likes of...
Oh no, Will Dodd's off track, sorry.
Oh.
So... not too sure what happened there. It looked like it was just a simple mistake. So, some more jostling back in the pack. Tommy Harradine has run wide, and that's brought Paul Jones right up to the back of them once again. Tell you what, another battle that we should be watching is Wayne Taylor. He's having quite the battle with Braden Bateman at the moment. They just went side by side through the hairpin, and Bateman has got the run. See if Wayno tries to send one up the inside into turn 1. It looks like he is going to hold back. But Simon Pitt just behind them. Oh, as we see Taylor just losing the rear once again. Looks like his car is very nervous through this section of the track. Large amount of sliding.
Yeah, possibly a little bit too much rotation in the car, possibly, but maybe a little bit too heavy on the right pedal, but have to see what happens.
Yes, indeed. Well, now a 3-car train is formed with Tommy Harradine, Paul Jones, and Shannon Mason. So Mason looking very racy, taking those tighter lines into corners behind Jones, and Jones has run wide here. But interestingly, if you have the wider line here at Motegi, then you're able to get on the throttle just a little bit earlier on exit, and you're able to maintain position. So Stephen Lattimore is not facing much pressure from these guys. He can just manage his race. And these guys are on lap 8 now, so the pit window has opened.
Yeah, it has actually, so it'll be interesting to see who pits when, as I think the overcut might be a possible strategy here, but I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to see how these guys go with their tyre.
So Sanjin Delalik is currently in the gravel trap down at turn 1. I'm not sure how that eventuated. It looks like we got that on replay. Yeah, I think it was just a case of braking too late.
Yeah, possibly, although it didn't look like he struggled to really pull it up, so I'm not sure what's happened there.
Yeah, that's a very odd thing to see. But either way, looks like Sanjin is out of the race. Jamie McKnight on screen right now. Just past David Kinmond as they go through the S. Looks like McKnight... Sorry, Paul Jones and Tommy Harradine going side by side. Harradine move not quite done yet, I think, because Harradine has a little bit of a draft. Jones is going to leave him a car's width of room on the outside. Oh, little bit of oversteer from Jones, but he's managed to maintain position just ahead of Harradine. So that's Paul Jones to 4th. Tell you what, Tommy Harradine's not letting him quite get away with it just yet, though.
No, it's not all big moment there for him.
He's done that a couple of times as Tommy.
Yeah, he has. Possibly struggling with a little bit of oversteer, or just possibly not having, well, possibly used his tyres up a little bit too much at the moment for the stage in the race, but not sure. But yeah, he's not going to give up too easy by the looks of it. He's going to want to try his best to get back that 4th position as he closes right up under brakes there.
Yeah, he's got a lot of confidence in the front end of his car, taking those really tight lines into the corners, especially in that S-bend section of the track. So Paul Jones now is the cork in the proverbial bottle from 4th back, all the way down to Smith and possibly Trim as well, who is regaining some time. And we've got our first driver into the pits. That's Cody Bircher coming into the pits for West End Mazda Racing. So I believe that is the first scheduled pit stop in the field right now.
Yeah, I would say so.
Well, the top 2 have pulled away massively. Looks like Van Velsen has just been keeping Mitch McLeod in his sights. But the gap back to Lattimore is quite large, so it's from 4th back where the racing really is at the moment.
Yeah, it seems to be at the moment.
Yeah, as Jones, I just noticed, ran wide. And Harradine, another big slide.
Ooh.
He's going to let Shannon Mason through on the inside at the hairpin. But can Harradine hold the outside? It is possible to do at this hairpin, but it looks like he just didn't have the mid-corner grip. Oh, look at him on exit, though. He's going to try and come back. Yeah, very good run, but I don't think it'll be enough.
Smith's possibly going to have a look here as well, so you have to be conscious of that.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Smith moving to the inside of Harradine here, and he is going to go to the inside. So that's a position gained for Shannon Mason and a position gained for Benjamin Smith.
And 2 unfortunately lost there for Tommy, so yeah.
Tell you what, another interesting battle happening further back in the field is 11th back. That's Harley Haber with Brenton O'Brien and then Shannon Mason, making another move or having a move made on.
There.
Oh dear. That's a challenging turn to go side by side through in any car, but in a V8 supercar, certainly massive commitment required for that.
Yeah, definitely. It's very hard to go around the outside of there, and if you can hold it, it's very impressive.
Yes, indeed. Well, meanwhile, Harradine going into the pits, but 11th back is an absolutely fantastic train we're seeing. We've got Harley Haber here with Brenton O'Brien, Connor McCluskey-Young. Oh, little contact noises I heard there. So they're getting a little feisty, these guys.
Yeah, a couple of these guys. Oh, that's a big block.
Hello.
Bit of Euro F3 blocking going on there.
Can Brenton O'Brien take it on the outside? No, he can't. Wow. So Harley Haber really blocking hard here.
He's definitely been very aggressive here, trying to hold to that top 10 position.
McCluskey, Young, and Bateman. Looks like Bateman is going to try and make the move on McCluskey. He's going to do it. Meanwhile, behind them, Simon Pitt and Paul Preston having a massive battle, and Wayne Taylor continuing his run of bad luck. He's just run over the grass behind them. Meanwhile, Smith and Mason still raging on. Yeah. Fantastic racing here. This is for 5th position. So this is a bit of a scintillating 3-car battle we got going here. All 3 drivers trying different things. Shannon Mason just moving to the inside slightly. He's got... that's performing double function. It's letting Smith know he's there and also letting Trim behind him know that he isn't just going to let him by. So as they come out of this chicane, looks like Mason got a way better exit than Smith did. He's going to try and go up the inside, but Smith is too late on the brakes for himself and Mason. He slides and lets them both through.
Yeah, definitely. Appears Brenton O'Brien has also managed to get past Harley Haber just earlier in the lap as well, after a bit of blocking and elbows out sort of racing going on between the two.
And Haber has just let Braden Bateman by as well. So yeah, that was interesting from Harley. Looks like he's braking a little early for McCluskey Young's tastes, because he was nearly rear-ended. McCluskey goes to the pits to get out of this mess. And Paul Preston passing Simon Pitt just behind them. So now this Simon Pitt was staying with for the moment. Oh, so close to getting into the back of Paul Preston. Oh boy. And Matt Muggleton is right behind them. Matt Muggleton's still a lap down on these guys, but nonetheless, he does show himself to be of the same pace, if not slightly better than these guys.
He's might be a couple of laps down at the moment, but he's still doing pretty all right at the moment.
Meanwhile, Haber and Preston side by side. So it looks like Haber is still ahead of Preston. Meanwhile, Van Velsen in the pits, so that's the first of the top guys to take that chance. Oh no, Daniel Trim and Benjamin Smith just crashing there.
Oh no.
So we got a replay coming up of that right now. We'll see what happened there. It looked like a double sort of incident. Trim going to pass Mason and just made contact with him, sliding in the middle of the corner, and as Trim was recovering, Smith tried to go up the inside on exit, but didn't have enough room. So that's one hell of a T-bone. Smith on Trim. So they both awkwardly managed to get going, keeping their rear ends under control, and they're back racing. So back live once again. We've got 11 cars in the race still have yet to pit. So Van Velsen has come out in traffic, it seems. He's just going past Paul Preston now. Large amount of pace difference, it seems, between those guys. I'm not sure if they've taken tyres in this race, or if it's just a fuel stop.
I guess it depends on when you stop, really. I mean, probably if you're going to do the earlier stop, you'd probably want fresher tyres as Mitchell McLeod comes to the pit lane. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who takes tyres and who opts to not, as tyres may start to play a bit of a role later in this race.
Yeah, this track, McLeod is currently away, and he's just come out with Brenton O'Brien, who stays wide to let McLeod through. Oh, big incident behind them. That's Van Velsen behind them. So, I think any hope that Van Velsen had of trying to challenge McLeod for the race win is gone right there. Wow, what a shame. I think that's just a case of bad timing there. Van Velsen, looks like he got blocked by Haber there. And, yeah. Not too sure that was quite warranted by Haber, blocking Van Velsen there. Of course, it wasn't what sent Van Velsen off, but nonetheless, might have been a little extreme in my opinion.
Yeah, probably just slightly too aggressive for blocking at the moment.
Yeah, especially when that car's just done its pit stop and it's the guy who's an effective second.
Yeah, definitely.
And Benjamin Smith is now out of the race. Back live, Paul Jones has your race lead as it stands at the moment. Mitch McLeod has made his way back up to second already. Brenton O'Brien in third on track at the moment, but he has yet to take his pit stop, as has Bateman. Meanwhile, Haber and Preston. So Preston almost passing Haber. It looks like Haber is very gentle on his brakes, and that's catching out some of the guys behind him who really like to brake nice and hard into the turns. So now Preston, have a look at how much more aggressive he is into the turns. Haber's getting all of his work done on the exit. He's not pushing the front in the turns at all. Oh, as Haber slides.
Van Velsen also trying to get a move done on Preston here as well.
And Haber is going to go to the pits. So Preston won't have to worry about Haber's blocking this time around. So 3 cars left to pit in this race as we see Van Velsen trying to get past Preston once again into turn 1. He had the look, but was not quite far up enough to get the move done. Paul Jones still yet to pit. And Mitch McLeod with an incredible race, effective race lead. Meanwhile, Stephen Lattimore making moves and almost catching Van Velsen. Paul Jones has to pit now. This is the final lap that the pit window is open, and he does. Pits at the last possible moment. So that's going to let Mitch McLeod back through to the race lead. Have a look, though, at Lattimore as Pitt goes to the pits as well. So the field is now cleansed. And the battle for second is going to be won between Edward Van Velsen and Simon Pitt. Edward Van Velsen and Stephen Lattimore, sorry, I got my names mixed up there. Tommy Harradine and Shannon Mason, meanwhile. Very, very close, these guys. Cars number 38 and 55. West End Mazda Racing versus Proforce Racing. Harradine once again pushing his car to the absolute limit through those fast chicane sections. And now Paul Jones, we're hearing, may have gotten a slowdown because he's now behind Brett Loxton. Of course, Cam, it's quite easy to get a slowdown around here, especially through that double chicane section.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to be taking too much grass through there, so just take enough and you'll be fine. If you take too much, you'll be having to get on the anchors to let that slowdown get out of there.
Yeah, talking about getting on the anchors, how about Shannon Mason? He's really pushing it in his battle with Tommy Harradine. He's gaining so much time on entry.
Very strong in the brakes by the looks of it.
Yeah, certainly is. I wonder if he'll try and make a move at turn 1. He's going to get back in and get a bit of a draft here. He's having a look once again up the inside, and oh, have a look. Yep. This is the move, and is he going to pull it up? Only just. Harradine is going to maintain the position, or is he? They're going to try and go side by side. Harradine off the track. Wow. So that is going to get Shannon Mason the position, or is it? Oh, goodness me. They're kind of falling over each other, these guys, but good driving nonetheless to stay nice and clean.
Yeah, good little battle.
Well, that's resulted in Shannon Mason getting the position of a very long and protracted battle over about 5 corners. Meanwhile, Brett Loxton and Paul Jones. Remember, Jones was a position ahead of Loxton. After having gotten that slowdown, he's looking to get back past, and Loxton, oh, hello. Not quite sure what happened there. It looked like both of them made a mistake there. But meanwhile, the battle for second as well is still on. So Van Velsen and Lattimore involved in a fight for the last spot on the podium, and it looked like Van Velsen just overshot turn 1 a little bit. That's allowed Lattimore to get up to him.
If he can get a good run here, which it looks like he has, he might stand a chance at the end of the straight here.
Yeah. And a warning has been given to Harley Haber by race control for his blocking on lap 16.
Yep, that's well deserved, I think, after how much he's been doing more or less double movement in the past few laps.
Yes, indeed. Of course, Harley Haber is a Formula 4 driver in real life, so it is sort of the tendency of real-life races to be quite aggressive in sim racing, but nonetheless, rules are rules, and we've got to respect them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's obviously there's less risk in a simulator, but I mean, rules are rules at the end of the day. I mean, you can't expect to be treated specially if you're an actual racing driver, whether you're a simulator driver, so we'll have to follow the same rules, and that's the way it is.
Yes, indeed. Meanwhile, Tommy Harradine and Shannon Mason got crossed up, it seems. So Mason has now fallen behind Will Dodd, who is making a bit of a comeback, as it were.
Yeah, definitely. He's slowly but surely been coming through the field after those earlier incidents, but he's been doing quite well nevertheless.
Yep, certainly has. Van Velsen and Lattimore, meanwhile, I think Lattimore's going to... Oh, he's so close to making a move on Van Velsen into those hairpins. We're only 6 laps from the end now. It's good to see these guys having the battle that they are, because they're from two teams that you wouldn't necessarily count among the quote-unquote big teams in the Australian and New Zealand iRacing community. Edward Van Velsten of Real Parity Motorsports and Lattimore for Race on Oz, two lesser-known teams that nonetheless have their fair share of skilled drivers and clean drivers as well. It's fantastic to see that this battle has gone on for as long as it has without either driver making a mistake and taking both of them out. Touch wood, but I don't think I'll have to do that with these guys. They've certainly shown their worth as drivers.
Yeah, definitely. They've both driven very well tonight by the looks of it. And as you said, they may be in a small team, but they're definitely showing how good of a driver they are. And should the opportunity arise to join a higher team, I would say that we're going to definitely see some absolutely awesome results from them in the future.
Yeah, well, who knows? They might stay with their current teams and make them one of the top teams. That would be fantastic to see as well.
Yeah, or do that. So yeah, it's always good to see guys progressing and also teams as well. So that's the main thing to look at.
Yes, it is. But Paul Jones having a little bit of a run on Brett Loxton, not able to get past him still at the moment. Paul Jones, another Real Parity Motorsport driver, and Brett Loxton for KRF Motorsports. Have a look at Jones taking a much more direct line to the apex of that corner, but they're both staying around the same line here. A little bit of a wider exit from Loxton, though. That sort of crossed him up a little bit. Oh, here we go. Loxton's gone wide.
Should get the drive, though, and he'll have the inside line into the final corner. He's actually going to probably be able to get to the outside here. Yes, he is.
Yep, good racing between these guys as well. Almost bumper to bumper. Oh, he might have a bit of a run here, Jones. He's going to go for the move on the inside, but almost losing control. He's managed to keep it out of the rear of Loxton. Good to see. Have a look at them through here, though. You can really see different approaches through this double chicane section, because there's quite a few lines through here that you can use, and both of them having to wrestle with their cars through those last couple of turns. Down in the field, I can see another battle developing between Daniel Trim and Brenton O'Brien. These guys quite close at the moment. And just in front of them is the battle between Mason and Dodd. So, with this stop, with the pit stops, the field's spread out a bit, but we've seen drivers sort of recluster into groups of 2. So that's pretty good to see. Basically, everywhere you look, there's a 2-car battle going on somewhere. Except for at the front, you because Mitch McLeod is 10.5 seconds or thereabouts ahead of second place. An absolutely dominant performance from McLeod so far. Of course, he has been helped by not being involved in as many incidents as other drivers in the field, but nonetheless, that's part of the complete skills of a racing driver in any form, be it real life or sim.
Yeah, definitely.
And Velson and Lattimore still. Looks like, Lattimore gaining massively under brakes. Wrestling with his car once again. He's just not able to get the power down as well as Van Velsen does.
He might be just slightly struggling with his tyres at this point, possibly. He might just need to possibly make the likes of an anti-roll bar change to the rear end just so he can get that power down a little bit better. But yeah, you have to see what happens here.
Yeah, it looks like Van Velsen has got the measure of him so far. They've only got a few laps left. When they cross the line here, it will be 2 to go. So Lattimore's going to be running out of chances to get second place as we see a car coming out of the pits behind them. Who's that? It's Wayne Pendley. Meanwhile, a 3-car battle we're seeing developing. Tommy Harradine's dropping back a bit, and that's bringing Dodd and Mason up to the back of him. So not much time left in this race, but it'll be interesting to see how this turns out. So 1.5 laps from the end. Van Velsen and Lattimore still locked together. Lattimore once again on exit. He just hasn't got the rear grip in that car. Meanwhile, Van Velsen, huge slide.
Oh.
Wow, that turn is so close to flat out. It's tempting to go completely flat out, but see, as Van Velsen found out, Van Velsen, he's starting to have problems with his rear end as well.
Yeah, these guys are going to have to be careful here. They don't want to throw away position.
Both of them wrestling with the rear ends of their cars. Have a look at Lattimore. He's having a little bit of a look up the inside of Van Velsen, but he pulls out coming into the final hairpin. A little more oversteer at the apex for Van Velsen, and now down the straight they go. They're going to get white flag this time by. Mitch McLeod is already well ahead. He's just come out of turn 1.
I think it's fair to say he's probably got the win wrapped up and in the bag here.
Yeah, certainly. But Van Velsen and Lattimore, this battle for the final 2 spots on the podium has been where it's at for these last couple of laps. It looks like Lattimore's just fallen back a bit from Van Velsen. And Paul Jones and Brett Loxton is spread out as well. I think Paul Jones
might be running low on fuel because he's slowed up a huge amount compared to what he was on the last lap.
Yeah, certainly. Will Dodd and Shannon Mason are still close together as well. However, as we're coming into the final corner, Mitch McLeod is going to round the final hairpin and take victory here. I mean, I don't really know what else can be said. An absolutely fantastic performance from McLeod here in Split 2. Another dominant victory. He's going to cross the line to take the win for Torque Inc. in V8 Scops Split 2. Van Velsen and Lattimore, though, it's still not done. I think that right there might be the end of it. Van Velsen just getting out of the final corner a little better, and he's going to take second ahead of Stephen Lattimore. Brett Loxton coming out of the final turn to take a well-deserved 4th place from 16th. Meanwhile, Paul Jones finishing in 5th. Tommy Harradine's going to hold off Will Dodd and Shannon Mason. And other cars...
Tregarthen's out of fuel.
Oh no, yeah, Nathan Tregarthen. What a shame. He was doing quite well for himself up in 11th place. He might not make it to the line.
No, it doesn't look like he's not going to make it.
Oh,
quick, get out and push.
Oh, have a look. You can't push him.
Oh,
That's against
no.
the rules. No, you can't do it. You can't do it, guys. Oh, well. Someone's going to get in trouble for that. It's always nice to see a bit of comradeship, but Unfortunately, the rule book states that you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Either way, Lewis Kugerly giving the wall a big fat
I think
kiss.
Kugerly actually ran out of fuel as well.
Wow. All right then. Goodness me. A lot of drivers not quite filling their cars to the end. But nonetheless, that was a very entertaining race.
Yeah, definitely had all sorts of action going on left, right, and centre, as well as, unfortunately, a little bit of carnage. But that's racing at the end of the day, and it was quite an entertaining race.
Certainly was. Well, as Mitch McLeod is doing donuts, we might run through the race results. So car number 40 finishing in position number 1. Mitch McLeod is your race winner with Van Velsen, Lattimore, Loxton, Jones, Harradine, Dodd, Mason, Trim, and Brenton O'Brien, your top 10.
11th will be Paul Preston. 12th will go to Wayne Taylor. 13th and 14th will be Simon Pitt and David Kimmond. 15th will go to Alex Greenwood. 16th, Harley Haber. 17th, Conor McCluskey Young. 18th, Tyler Blackburn. 19th, Nathan Tregarthen. Despite being pushed across the line, that probably stands to be reviewed. And rounding out the top 20 is Shane Rayner.
Ryan Shelton, an unhappy Ryan Shelton, finishing in 21st position. Lewis Kugerly in 22nd, with Jamie McKnight in 23rd. 24th, Corey Ott, Gary Cooper, and Damon Mulqueen at 25th and 26th. 27th, Wayne Pendley, Martin Carroll 28th. 29th, Matt Muggleton. 30th, Cody Bircher. Rounding out the field drivers that have retired from this race: Braden Bateman, Benjamin J. Smith, Glenn Brockhurst, Sanjin Dalalik, and Ryan Bodley. So that is your field for round 9 of Scops, Motegi East Split 2. So we're going to take a little bit of a break and come back for the EMR Industries Porsche Super Cup in a very short while. In the meantime, Cam, we're going to take a look at a bit of the history of this venue. So thank you very much for joining us for Split 2. We'll be back very soon. You're watching the West End Mazda Motegi Super Sprint on V8's Online. The global motoring industry being the gargantuan juggernaut that it is, it stands to reason that car company-owned circuits are not out of the ordinary. They serve many purposes: business, hospitality, advertising, research and development. Most are pure testing facilities, closed off to the rest of the world, but Japan has some that go against the grain by also being full-fledged sporting venues of international significance. Honda owns 2 such venues, Suzuka and this, Twin Ring Motegi. Named so for its dual circuit construction, incorporating a separate road course and an American-style superspeedway, Twin Ring Motegi is not as revered as its fellow Japanese racetracks, but it holds its own, and has just about everything that a successful motor racing circuit needs. The road course, of which we are using the East variant, is mostly stop-start in nature, with long straights, heavy braking zones, open hairpins, subtle elevation changes, challenging chicanes, and a single flowing S-bend to keep drivers on their toes. A large venue with a style and character typical of the 1990s, its strengths lie in its technical nature, and success here will come more easily to drivers who can use their brakes effectively. Motegi's planning phase was a long one. It stemmed from plans within Honda in the mid-1980s to create a motorcycle dealers network across Japan to provide customers with places to enjoy their vehicles in ways they couldn't on the open road. Part of these plans was an idea for a large, central venue. It was a slow process to gain approval from Honda's management and landowners in the Motegi area, but eventually the project was properly greenlit in 1988. Initially conceived as a motoring centre where visitors could sample vehicles on a road course, the project broadened in scope in the early 1990s after the project team visited the United States and saw the popularity of oval racing. By the time planning had finished, a superspeedway was in the works in addition to the road course. The decision to build an oval was bolstered by Honda's decision to build engines for the kart IndyCar series, and having the oval to test and hold a race on was a welcome advantage. The circuit is, to this day, Japan's largest private construction project. It opened in 1997 and almost immediately, American Series crossed the Pacific Ocean to race there. The NASCAR Cup Series held an exhibition race in 1998, won by Mike Skinner, but American open wheelers were the mainstay, racing at Motegi Superspeedway until 2010. Due to monetary concerns, the series eventually dropped the venue to focus on North American rounds. For Motegi's final IndyCar race, the road course had to be used due to the oval sustaining structural damage during the 2011 Tohoku earthquake. Since iRacing scanned the circuit before the earthquake, the superspeedway has sunk in places and is damaged to such an extent that it will likely never be used for racing again. However, the road course still has an active presence on the motorsports calendar, hosting the Japanese Motorcycle Grand Prix, Super Formula, and Super GT, among various local events and private hire. The track is also the location of the Honda Museum. Twin Ring Motegi's East layout has seen spectacular action in the official iRacing V8 Supercar series in the past, and its hairpins provide plenty of opportunities for drivers to put on a show. An excellent circuit for racing, it will be the bravest who come out on top. Here at the V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series, we're really excited to see the amount of exposure and interest this championship has attained. We've recently been getting a lot of messages and comments asking questions about the series and how to get involved with it. So to make things a little easier for everyone, we've decided to create this video to talk about the basic facts of our championship and how you can get in on the action. V8 Scops uses the racing simulation service iRacing. iRacing is different from other racing games in that it is not a one-off product that you purchase. It is instead an online-only subscription service. One pays a subscription fee to use the service and base content, and then purchases more individual cars and tracks on top of that. Available for purchase are both the Holden VF Commodore and Ford FG Falcon V8 Supercars from 2014, plus 3 Australian tracks, Phillip Island, Oran Park, and Mount Panorama. This is in addition to a large amount of cars and tracks from all over the world, and from many disciplines of motor racing. Full pricing information can be found on the website, www.iracing.com. If you're interested in trying out iRacing for a low price, we have our own discount code that you can use. Purchase a 3-month subscription, then at checkout, enter the code PR-V8SCOPS 2017. You'll get the 3 months for only $5. The platform is desktop computer. iRacing is not available on consoles, but that's no reason to be discouraged. iRacing's engine runs well on basic hardware, so chances are high that you can run it. Windows, Mac OS, and Linux are all supported, though the majority of racers run Windows. Detailed system requirements can, again, be found on iRacing's website. In terms of controls, there is support for many control types, but it is strongly recommended that a force feedback wheel be used for the best and safest experience. So, how do you get involved in the series itself? Well, iRacing's main draw is its official series and events, which are sanctioned both by iRacing and many real-life racing organizations. Cars and series are organized into license levels, determined by your safety rating, which is a measure of how safe your driving is. V8 Scops, for the most part, is run outside this. It is a hosted series, independently run and managed by the community for the community. As long as you've managed to get your iRacing license level to C or above, the series is open to anyone who can make the cut. To find us, jump on the member forums via the main website, and scroll down to the Ford and Holden V8 Supercars subforum. In there, you will find relevant threads for the V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series, where you can sign up, read briefings, and keep up with happenings in the championship, in addition to a wealth of discussions on the cars themselves and how to get the best out of them. We wish you the best of luck in your sim racing career, and thank you very much for checking out the V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series.
When I sat in the car, you always wonder, what's it going to feel like? It was my first time driving a mid-engine GT car. My thoughts were, wow, this is really good for our first time in a car. I was really surprised by it. You're sitting low, you got the A-pillars at steep angles, the windshield's at steep angles, you can see the fender flares. I think we have a chance to win. Everything's got to go right, but I think we have a car that can win the race or be on the podium. But can you imagine how cool that would be to go back 50 years later to the year and do it?
Welcome back, one and all, to V8's Online's live broadcast of the Motegi Super Sprint presented by West End Mazda, round 9 of the 2017 V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series. We're just done with Split 2, a very entertaining race, to say the least. Probably a few drivers unhappy with some of the stuff that went on, but nonetheless, for us viewers, it was absolutely fantastic, and we get to do it all over again, this time with Porsche Carrera Cup cars in the EMR Industries Super Cup. Once again, I'm Reese Gardiner, and joining me, Cameron Dance. Welcome, Cameron. Time to see what these guys can do.
Yeah, definitely. It's time to listen to some beautifully sounding flat six motors and watch some exciting Porsche Super Cup racing.
Yes, certainly. A 27-lap race and a 34% fuel restriction, which translates to 34 litres of a tank in this car as well.
Yep, definitely. So I'd presume we're probably going to see a pit stop at some point in this race.
Yeah, certainly will. Of course, these cars are a little more economical on fuel than a V8 supercar on account of the fact that they use a flat 6 engine. But nonetheless, it'll be interesting to see what kind of strategic foibles we end up seeing in this race. But it's qualifying at the moment, and Josh Muggleton, as we've seen many times in the past, is somewhere up the top of the timesheets, a fair way ahead of everyone else. On 1 minute 21.313, 6/10 ahead of Evolution Racing Team's Scott Larnack.
Yeah, Muggo's definitely, once again, quick out of the box, as to be expected from how he's been going so far this year. So it's of no surprise that he's topped the timesheets and got himself a gap that's sizable of a margin. So wouldn't surprise me if he runs away with it tonight again, but hopefully not. And someone like Scott Larnack or Bo Albert or someone else can give him a run for his money.
Bo Albert currently on the screen. He is on a flying lap.
Nickname Strobe Light for his tendency to flash his headlights on the grid or at any point when he's on the broadcast.
Certainly, very befitting nickname. Bo Albert coming out of the final turn at Motegi. And we'll see what kind of time he can put down, a 22.052, so that is an improvement, but he stays behind his teammate, Mr. Larnack, of course. These guys, as we go to Larnack right now on screen with what looks to be a fair bit of damage to his car. Evolution Racing Team coming off the back of some success in the Porsche Carrera Cup Australia Championship, having taken a 1-2 at Virginia International Raceway. So they have proven that Josh Muggleton can be beaten. As we see Jimmy Ball on screen. Sorry, go on, Cam.
Yeah, certainly. Obviously, with their result at VIR obviously being a 1-2 finish and beating Josh Muggo, it's definitely proof that he can be beaten at some point. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it goes tonight for these guys.
Now on screen, Josh Muggleton. Of course, let's have a look at when he set his time. Looked to be, yes, it was his first lap, that 21.3, and if convention holds, we can expect him to not beat that for the rest of the session, but still maintain pole.
Yeah, I'd say so. Looking at the gap back to Scott Larnack in second.
One thing I want to sort of point out here is that this circuit is a lot more suitable for the Porsche than other circuits we've been to in the past as Muggleton enters the pit lane. But the Porsche, because of the fact that there is so much weight over the rear wheels and so little weight over the rear tyres as a result of that, you need to keep the weight on the fronts all the way as much as you can into these corners, and then just smash on the throttle out of them to take advantage of the grip that the rear has. So on circuits that have loads and loads of flowing long turns, these cars can get a bit hard to drive. But a circuit like Motegi that has lots of heavy braking zones, hairpins, stop, start, very much just hard on the brakes, pitch it in, and then hard on the throttle out, this car is probably a dream to drive around here.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I turned a couple of laps in it with some of the TTL boys earlier in the week, and it was quite enjoyable to drive, to be honest. Obviously, it's, with it being a rear-engined car, it has the tendency to understeer through some of these high-speed corners, like the chicane, but otherwise, it's pretty good otherwise. But the only problem is, with the fact that it does understeer, you kind of do need to be aware that if you do set it up to get good corner exit, you're going to struggle for turning in mid-corner rotations. So it's kind of more or less a bit of a win-loss situation, what you do with setup, but you got to compromise sometimes.
Yeah, you certainly do, and it can make the difference between a good result and a bad result in a car like this, because all the cars are the same in this spec series, and there are limited options for setup changes in this car. At least more limited than we see on stuff like the V8 Supercar or your typical open wheeler, for example. So,
yeah, definitely, with it being limited adjustments, with only a few things being the likes of tow, anti-roll bar, camber, ride heights, and wing and fuel. That's pretty much it from what I can remember, as well as brake bias. It's very much is a driver's car and brings out the best of the best in terms of driving standard talent. Sorry.
Yeah, it certainly does. Well, Scott Larnack has just come through the midsection of the lap and underneath the super speedway. He hasn't improved on his time of a 21.9 yet. So
looks like he was slightly held up on this lap, so he probably won't go quicker. I was saying he's backed out of it by the sounds of it.
Jason Hyde on screen at the moment, though, finishing a lap. See where this puts him. He's improved to a 22.545. He's going to leap Jimmy Ball and get into ninth position. we go back to Muggleton now, flashing his lights as he passes cars that are not on hot laps. Coming through the fast middle section of the track, that flat-out right-hander, and then these flowing third-gear S's. Give him the throttle nice and smoothly, and keep the rear end under control as well as the front end, and then into this open hairpin. A little bit of a camber change. Flashing his lights once again as he comes up to the final corner of the circuit and diving straight to the inside. Out goes Muggleton across the last curb. We'll see what this time is. It's a 21.2. That's going to be an improvement.
Yeah, definitely. Just another 10th for these guys to worry about trying to find. But obviously, once again, Muggo showing his class in the field.
Jimmy Ball, though, on a flyer now as well. And he's coming through that same section. He's got a car in front of him. That's Mark Dean. That's the guy that he's battling with for the final position in the top 10 at the moment. Looks like Jimmy's on a pretty good lap here. He's struggling to keep the car going smoothly out of those fast corners, but it's looking like he's fairly confident in his abilities. But I think that might be an off-track.
Yeah, it might well been. If it wasn't, it'd be very lucky.
Well, we'll find out in a couple of seconds to see if this is actually registered as a time. It is a 22.787. It's not an improvement, but still, it's close, and I suppose that's what matters if you're looking for consistency.
Yeah, definitely.
Warren Pickering, meanwhile, on screen, a 22.513. That's putting him up to 7th position, so big improvement from Pickering there.
Yeah, definitely. Very good.
And Jared Tyman going to 12th.
Yeah, so it looks like a couple of these guys are starting to pull some very quick laps out at the moment and starting to move up the order. Obviously, with it being 5 minutes now remaining in the session, there'll be guys trying to get there as quick of a lap as possible out.
Tom Callahan, meanwhile, another newer driver in Evolution Racing team, struggling to keep the brakes from locking into that hairpin. He's got what seems to be Pickering in front of him. Oh, taking a little bit too much of the exit of that corner. So in 8th position currently is Callahan. And I'm wondering if he's going to go for the pits. Yes, he is. Larnack, meanwhile, about to finish a lap. He's just come out of the penultimate turn. As Larnack goes through the final hairpin now. A little bit of a late apex we're seeing. Can this be an improvement on his 21.993? It's going to be a 22.054. Oh, so close. Bo Albert, Jason Hyde has moved his way up into 10th, and he'll be looking to make even more improvements himself. Oh, just struggling to keep control of that rear end once again out of those fast turns in the midsection. See what kind of time Hyde can do here, because as we're seeing, the times are quite close from 7th to 10th, but it's not going to be an improvement. It's going to be a 6.41. That would have put him in 11th position if that was his first lap. Greg Stewart now up in 5th place at the moment. Nice and early on the brakes. We're coming up on 2.5 minutes left in this session. So soon we'll be getting ready to go racing, and it's pretty much crunch time for these drivers. A 23.245, that's a second off his current personal best. Let's have a look at Michael Healy. He's slowed down coming up to the end of this lap. He's going to have another crack at it. Have a look at the late apex he's doing here. So just getting a little bit of a speed boost coming onto the start-finish straight, and then down the hill into turn 1. That's a nice smooth line from Healy. Yeah, suffering from a little bit of understeer in that section, but he's kept it together. It's a little bit of a weave I saw from him. Oh, that was very odd. Just stamped on the brakes and locked them up massively.
Yeah, maybe he's backed out of the lap. Not sure.
Well, time is running out for him. He's only got about a minute left in the session to try and get a lap together. So if drivers haven't started laps by now, well, they'll either be happy with what they've got or they'll be quite unhappy. So Warren Pickering now is going to be one of those drivers who, for him, this will be his final chance. Taking it nice and easy, want to get a nice run up.
Wide apex and try and get as good of a run as possible onto the straight, which he does by the looks of it.
And Jimmy Ball has requested an escape. He is out of fuel. So that's Jimmy Ball's session over. Warren Pickering struggling a little bit with the locking of the brakes. He's kept it together nicely through this section. The checkered flag is now out. Hard on the brakes, into the hairpin goes Warren Pickering. Car's wandering a little bit under him. Oh, little bit of oversteer coming off that turn, but once again he keeps it together. So it doesn't look like we're seeing any huge jumps from anyone in these final moments of the session. Oh, that wasn't quite the optimal line from Pickering through there. But he's going to stick with it. He's going to keep going to the very end. Jordan McDonald, meanwhile, goes up to 7th, so Pickering has been pipped. Yes. And Pickering does a 22.8, so that's no improvement from him.
Barnett goes quicker with a 21.958 though, so slightly quicker.
Yep. So Steve Carmichael, the last driver to do a lap. He's got Jason Hyde behind him. Carmichael does a 25.8, so that puts him 2 positions up from the bottom. And the starting grid is on screen for the EMR Industries Super Cup here at Motegi. Josh Muggleton is your pole man, with Scott Larnack in 2nd place, Bo Albert 3rd, Michael Healy 4th, and Greg Stewart rounding out the top 5 with Michael Schreier, Jordan McDonald, Warren Pickering, Tom Callahan, and Jason Hyde completing your top 10.
From 11th to 20th, we have Jimmy Ball, Jared Tyman, Mark Petterdine, Matt Stratford, Ashley Lear, Mitchell McLeod, Braden Bateman, Simon Mazzomo, Simon Black, and rounding out the top 20 is Thomas O'Connor.
Mitchell Sealack in 21st position, Steve Carmichael in 22nd, Mark Turner 23rd, taking the final positions on the grid, Kane Kugamiya and Tyson Williams. So One thing that we are doing with this round of V8 Scops is we are running every race at different times of the day. So Motegi is one of the circuits in iRacing for which you are able to run at night. Of course, iRacing is still working on day-night transitions, so there won't be any proper flow between the sessions, but we've set up every single session with different skyboxes. So the Split 2 race was in the morning. This is in the afternoon. And Split 1 Race 1 will be in late afternoon, finishing up with night for Race 2 in Split 1, which should be absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, definitely. It will be very, very cool to see some V8 supercars driving around at night time. Obviously, haven't actually seen that for a very, very long time in real life, with the last night race being at Calder Park, but otherwise, it should be interesting.
Yeah, certainly should. Well, these guys are going to have a bright, sunny day ahead of them for the EMR Industries Super Cup. And, of course, I don't think it should surprise anyone that Bo Albert is on the headlight flash button.
Indeed he is, letting us know he is on the grid as well as his teammate, Scott Larnack.
Yeah, well, Muggleton probably won't be looking in his mirrors in any capacity. He'll be just looking at the road ahead of him, coming into turn 1 here at Motegi for this 27-lap race. And I don't know if there is going to be a pit stop or not. We'll wait and see. There's no pit stop required, but I suppose with a fuel tank restriction, it will be a thing. But the 2-minute mark has passed, and we're getting ready for the lights to go up. Revs are rising, and away we go for the EMR Industries Super Cup, and it looks like Muggleton just lost out a little bit to Larnack on the start. He's gaining slightly. Larnack flashing his lights coming into turn 1 as the field fans out. Behind them, Muggleton moving to the inside. Another crash. Oh my goodness, it happened in Split 2, and it's happened in Porsches as well. But as they come through the opening sequence of turns, Muggleton has got Larnack covered. It looks like they fall into single file for the most part. It looks like McLeod and Leah are going side by side. Oh, huge crash! That's massive! Simon Black and Kane Kugamiya coming together. We've got a replay coming up of that. Oh my goodness, what a crash that was. So let's have another look at what happened there.
As well and hit the ball.
Yeah, whoa, that's incredible. Of course, the Porsches being very sensitive to collisions, they can flip from something as innocuous as a T-bone contact, so that's unfortunate for those guys.
Yeah, it definitely is. Not quite the most ideal situation to have, but nevertheless, apparently that before we got to turn 1, the incident involving the crash was between Braden Bateman and Mitchell Selak. Selak obviously looking like he got onto the grass a little bit and just got loose and unfortunately tagged Braden, which is unfortunate.
Certainly is. Well, lap 1 is completed by the field, and we are gonna see what looks to be Kugamiya and Bateman.
Colin McCallahan getting the elbows out there.
Yeah, wow, jeez. Meanwhile, Bateman and Kugamiya are in the pits.
Someone's gone around.
Oh, Mitchell Selak once again.
Jason Hyde also off there.
And that is really not what you want to see.
Not really.
While down the straight, goodness me.
Busy.
Train of cars, yep, quite. So it looks like Steve Carmichael just losing out there to Simon Mazzomo, and now he's got Tyson Williams right on the back of him. Tom O'Connor just behind them as well, looking to get a piece of this. Meanwhile, just up ahead of them, we've got the Talk Inc. teammates pressuring the back of Matt Stratford. So there's racing everywhere at the moment.
Williams up the inside of Carmichael here.
Yep. And he gets the job done.
Carmichael's looking to come back at him possibly here.
Yeah.
No,
looks
Williams
like
actually just... Oh, no, maybe. Oh, there's a move further back as well.
Goodness me. Is Williams going to do the over-under on Carmichael? No, doesn't look like it.
McDonnell just making a move just before on his teammate, I believe, into that last corner. And and a big lunge from Williams there.
Yeah, wow. He's locked the brakes a little bit and he's crossed up on the exit.
Yeah.
Yep, McDonnell off there. Have a look at Williams, though, versus Carmichael side by side. Oh,
contact.
How did
Carmichael outside of that? That was very lucky.
Wow.
Well, Williams is going to go around.
Williams. Oh, he's going to go right into the tyre wall. Oh, no. What a shame for Williams. He's going to escape back to the pits, and well, I think it's safe to say he's had enough. Jordan McDonnell and Tom O'Connor, meanwhile, going side by side, coming out of the hairpin. So that's another move done for McDonnell. Meanwhile, Steve Carmichael has now come under the attack of Jason Hyde. Have a look at this. Ooh, Carmichael just covering the inside, and Hyde wanting to send one up the inside.
Hyde's just
he's going to do
straight
it.
over and under.
He's rolled him!
Oh,
he's rolled him. What a shame. Wow, that's really... I don't quite know what to make of that. It looked like Carmichael just started moving over on Hyde a little sooner than was necessary, but Timon and Pickering currently involved in a hell of a battle coming through the double chicane. Just getting a quick replay of the Jason Hyde, Stephen Carmichael incident, but yeah, I don't know, it looked like Hyde was just maintaining his line.
Yeah,
like
just really unnecessary, really.
Yeah, well, that's unfortunate. I'm sure Carmichael didn't mean to do that. Meanwhile, Stratford and McLeod battling quite hard.
Callahan's in there as well.
Yeah, there's a three-car train here. Have a look at McLeod on the outside of Stratford coming into the S-bend. He's going to have the inside for the right-hander. Stratford is going to let him through.
Callahan's going to come along as well.
Yeah, he is. He's going to have a go at taking a slice of that pie, but it looks like Stratford's going to guard the inside. Is Callahan going to try and send one up the inside on the exit? He isn't quite able to get the job done on throttle, but oh, have a look at Stratford weaving. Oh, and have a look at Callahan.
He's going to go around the outside.
Lunge.
Here we go.
Wow, that's incredible.
Oh, and his contact gives him a door.
Yeah, but it looks like both of them managed to keep it together.
Side by side, Stratford's on the inside. Oh, nice contact again.
Another touch again. Oh, Stratford's... Oh.
Ashley Lee is possibly going to look
not
here as well. Oh, and his contact.
Matt Stratford pushing Tom Callahan off the track, it seems. No love lost between those guys.
Not at all by the looks of it.
So, with that finished, looks like state of play is Leah Callahan Mazomo. And have a look at Mazomo, he's going to go for a lunge. Yep, right away. And yeah, Callahan just falling in behind.
So currently, after all that, with 5 laps completed, the top 10 currently looks like this. Josh Muggleton leads by just under 2 seconds at the moment. 1.9 seconds is the gap to Scott Larnack in second. Bo Albert, his teammate, Scott Larnack's teammate, in third. 3/10 just behind. Michael Healy in fourth. Fifth is Michael Schreier. Sixth is Greg Stewart. Seventh is Jared Timon. Eighth is Warren Pickering. Ninth is Jimmy Ball. And 10th is Mark Peter Dean, who rounds out the top 10.
Yes, indeed. And the top 10 is looking fairly spread out at the moment. No close battles happening there, but looks like Michael Healy is catching up to the back of Bo Albert. Jimmy Ball, probably the one to watch here. Involved for the last, it looks like 8th position is the battle that is happening right now. Timon just ahead of them in 7th. So this is the back end of the top 10 that we're looking at here. 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Jimmy Ball started in 11th place. Of course, now running in 9th, and it looks like Warren Pickering is struggling to keep him behind somewhat.
Ball's going to go up the inside.
Yep. Oh, he's lost it. Oh.
Just locking those rear brakes, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Very easy thing to do in this car.
Yeah, certainly is. Very sensitive brakes. And of course, once that rear end goes, you got that heavy engine slung over the rear wheels, and you gotta really make sure that you know what the car's doing in advance before you try to correct it. So that sent Jimmy Ball back in the field, back to 11th place. So I think Mazomo is one to watch. He's got Jordan McDonnell behind him. And McDonnell seems to be the faster of them. He did start in 7th place, but now he is behind Mazomo in 15th.
Also recovering after that first lap mishap out of the chicane, where he went off and had a slight bit of contact with the outside wall.
Yes, indeed. And Mazomo, we're seeing, is taking to the grass in a couple of places at the apex. Oh, have a look at McDonnell. Huge lunge.
Oh,
goodness me. Is he going to
that
beat that on the
was very
track?
late.
Wow. How did he do... What? We need a... Director says we need a replay of that, and we're going to get one, but not yet. Look at Mazomo trying to go back up the inside of McDonnell, but... Oh my goodness. That was incredible. So, replay up on screen now of that incredible pass by Jordan McDonnell. I still have no idea how he managed to do that.
Or pull it up either.
Yeah.
And strobe lighting as well.
He must have had a lot of confidence in the front end and the brakes of that Porsche to get that move done on Mazomo, but still, fantastic move at a place where you don't usually see passes either.
Yeah, definitely.
Timon, Pickering, and Dean, as we go back live, is another battle that is worth keeping track of. Of course, Timon up to 7th from a 12th place start. Pickering is currently running where he started, and Ball, hold on a minute. Mazomo, McDonnell, Stratford, Callahan. Huge fight here up the back end of the circuit.
Mazomo's up the inside. Callahan's looking to possibly make a move as well here.
Yeah, Stratford just falls in behind. Oh, so close. And here we go. Have a look at Callahan. He smells blood, and he's going to try and get one up the inside here on exit. No, he's not. Stratford is going to stay in line.
Locking it up, almost trying to not run to the back of Mazomo there.
Yeah, there'd be a fair few scuff marks on that bumper now after that, but have a look at Callahan here. He's going to move to the inside in the hairpin and try and get the move done here. He's going to go straight to the inside and 100% get it done.
Stratford just lets him go by the looks of it.
Yep, and does a bit of a slide on the corner exit for good measure. So I think that's that done for quite some time. Have a look at Steve Carmichael and Simon Black, though. Simon Black just firing it up the inside at turn 1 on Carmichael. But they're going to go side by side once again, coming into the double chicane. Carmichael's just going to let him through. Mitchell Cialak behind them, looking to take advantage of this as well. Oh, Simon Black. Oh, have a look at this. Mitchell Cialak's going to make it 3 wide down the back straight, coming up to this hairpin.
Well,
yeah.
Someone's going to have to back out. Black
Cialak. How about look at that?
Both of them.
On the outside of 2 cars. My God. Fantastic move. And we're going to get a replay of that on board from Mitchell Cialak. An absolutely fantastic move. He was just able to get the exit done just a little bit better than Carmichael and Black. And just under brakes, able to get past both of them. Maintain enough mid-corner grip to get that move done. So that's 2 positions gained in 1 corner for Mitchell Cialak around the outside. Back live, and it looks like Carmichael and Black are still battling, but actually and Jordan McDonnell, they're still close together. Have a look behind them, though. Mazomo and Callahan.
Callahan's got it done by the looks of it. Yep.
Mazomo tries to go up the inside.
No, come on.
It's hard to do in these Porsches. The pass. Larnack and Albert, though. Oh, goodness me. Albert through to second.
Oh.
When did that... Oh.
Larnack slowed down by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's a real telltale sign there. Well, we got a replay on screen of that. But what that's done is that has let Michael Healy right up to the back of the podium positions, and who knows, Larnack might be a little rattled by that slowdown, and Healy will want to take advantage.
Yeah, definitely will, and he's got that gap right down now, so he'll be right in the draft.
Yeah, and Michael Healy following the lead of the ERT cars, a little flash of the headlights. The battle for 8th and 9th is still going on between Pickering and Dean, meanwhile. These guys have not managed to gap each other. And look who's on the back of them, Mitch McLeod. He's made his way up from 16th to 10th, and he's looking to gain a few more positions.
Yeah, definitely. He's looking very racy at this point.
So we got a lap time comparison on the screen at the moment between Pickering, Dean, and McLeod. So Pickering's last lap was a 24.869, 24.46 for Dean, and a 23.6 for Mitch McLeod. So he is way faster than both of these guys. And he's right on the back of Dean. Have a look at this. Look at the pace that he's got coming up to the apex.
Yeah, he's definitely got pace to burn, and he's definitely going to want to do that as quick as possible, make up some more positions.
Oh, here we go. Oh, Dean, right for the pits.
So
there we go.
Pit stops are going to start taking place shortly.
Yep, and Dean is the first of the runners to do so. So on lap 11, Mark Peter Dean has come in, and he's overshot his pit stall.
Oh, no.
Oh, he just had to reverse a tiny bit into the pit stall, so that's a real shame for him. But he's got it done, and he is away. So probably lost a little ground to Pickering and McLeod in the long run, but we'll see what happens. Oh, Pickering just going off track there. McLeod just behind him, creeping ever closer. And off in the distance behind them is Jimmy Ball. Anything that McLeod does, Jimmy will probably try to follow. Because seeing these two cars battling, it's really bringing Ball into this again.
Yeah, definitely is, and he's got similar pace to McLeod, so he should be able to somewhat keep up and catch up with McLeod if they start battling.
Yep, McLeod just weaving a bit down the straight. He's right there with Pickering. I would expect a move at turn one.
Well, it looks like we're going to see one as well at this straight.
Yeah, just keeping in the draft. Get a tiny bit of a run. Is McLeod going to move to try and do it? No, he isn't. He's going to hold back for at least one more corner. Hearing from the director that they are catching Timon as well. And yes, exactly right. Just seeing Timon up ahead, inching ever closer. So another lap time comparison: 24.69 for Timon, 24.1 for Pickering, 23.7 for McLeod, and McLeod is going to go for the move here at the hairpin.
He's trying. Oh, but
hasn't got it done.
He's going to hold it.
Pickering's gonna, he's gonna leave him a little bit of room, but wow. Oh, Pickering off. And that's gonna get Mitch through. Meanwhile, Bo Albert and Scott Larnack have come back together.
Healy's not too far behind either.
Yeah. halfway point. I'll have a look at Albert. He's let Larnack through. And now Michael Healy is right on the back of Albert, so that's another swap that Healy has seen.
Not sure what sort of plan ERT have got on going at the moment between these two, but it's quite an interesting one.
Yeah, it certainly is. Pickering, meanwhile, he hasn't exactly let Mitch McLeod get away, has he?
No, he hasn't. He's trying to hold on to the draft there to make sure he keeps up.
Meanwhile, Mazomo just got passed by Mitchell Ciolak. And we're hearing that Ciolak has done a drive-through as well, so still not too bad of an effort from him to be up in 14th place. Michael Healy and Greg Stewart come into the pits. And it looks like they are going to come out just behind the Ball, Pickering, McLeod, Tyman battle. Oh, have a look at Jimmy Ball on the back of Warren Pickering. He's really caught up in the last couple of corners. Oh, so close to getting a slowdown there. It's actually surprising how much you can take of that grass, but it's still just on the verge of getting a penalty that will absolutely ruin your run. So it looks like where Jimmy Ball catches up on Pickering is the opening part of the lap. Meanwhile, Bo Albert spun. Oh no, and he's escaped. He's escaped back to the pits. What happened there? Might have blown the engine up, we'll see.
Not sure how you'd blow the engine up with it being a protected gearbox.
Well, we've got an onboard replay here. It looks like it's just a case of him getting on the throttle at the wrong time and the rear end just swinging around. Wow. That's very odd. I didn't see any clear reason for him to escape there. Meanwhile, Mitch McLeod in the pits.
Appears Bo Albert might have also got a slowdown earlier in the lap from cutting turn 2.
Well, Mitch McLeod is now out of the pits, just in front of Jordan McDonnell. Josh Muggleton up the front has not had any trouble at all so far. It's pretty telling that we haven't talked about him once since the first turn.
Yeah, definitely. He's pretty much checked out and said, goodbye, I'll take my win.
Yes, indeed, but behind him, battles still rage on. Warren Pickering and Jimmy Ball still very close. Ball just having a little look at Pickering, and Pickering is blinking. Are either of them going to go for the pits? Not this time around. Ball still just looking to the inside. But Pickering's got him on throttle out of here. Now, Kyeman has pitted to counteract McLeod, and following him into the pits is... Who is that? That's Kane Kugamir in the pits behind him. Now in front of him. Mazomo in as well, and Timon leaves his box. So it looks like Timon has jumped Mitch McLeod by a fair margin. Oh, we're hearing from the director McLeod may have got a speeding in pits penalty, which, to be fair, it's pretty easy to do. A 20-second stop for McLeod versus 7, 8, 9, 10-second stops for everybody else. So that's pretty telling. That was a penalty.
Yeah, definitely. And it's really unfortunate because he was doing so well as well.
Well, Tom O'Connor and Simon Black currently the battle we're watching on track. So this is the battle for 11th and 12th. And Simon Black has had quite the eventful race.
Yeah, he has been unfortunately caught up in that earlier lap 1 incident with Kane Kugamiya. So, yeah, he's not had too good of a race, but he's managed to recover quite nicely to get to 12th at this point, and possibly he'll have 11th.
Yep, well, Tom O'Connor's just jumped into the pits, and he will negotiate the hairpin. Meanwhile, what we got on? Pickering and Ball still very close. And look who's coming up behind them, Michael Healy. Now remember, neither Pickering nor Ball have pitted yet, so I think Healy would want them to pit as soon as possible so that he can have some clear air to keep pursuing Scott Larnack and Michael Schreier. Looking further up the field, I'm looking to see if any of the top 4 are going to pit, and it looks like Schreier's going to go for it. Synergy Sim Racing driver and V8 Scott's driver and standards advisor, Michael Schreier, coming into the pits now to take his stop from 3rd place. And Ball has entered the pits as well, so Pickering stays out, and Healy is going to continue on, having already taken his stop. Schreier is away, and looks like Healy's got him. So now who is that behind Schreier? That is Greg Stewart. So
Followed by Ashley Lear as well.
yes, and Lear has not pitted yet. So he isn't a factor in this battle. So it's going to be Schreier versus Stewart, I think. So the front 3 plus Lear are the only cars left to take their pit stop in this race. And of that top 3, Muggleton is coming in now. So we'll see if Larnack follows him in. Looks like
Indeed he
he's
does.
going to do that. Yep. All right, now eyes will be on Pickering to see what he does. Of course, at this point, he'll have to, I think, because if he doesn't, he's going to run out.
Goes away, and Larnack's not even in his box yet, so just goes to show how big of a gap he's got.
Yep, and Pickering is going to go into the pits, so Healy will blast on by. Some drivers getting very liberal with that with that pit entry. It looks like you can cut it by a fair bit on the inside.
Yeah, which is quite interesting, as usually at any other track you'd usually get a unsafe pit entry penalty for doing something like that.
Well, with that, the field is cleansed, and we've only got a few laps left to see how things turn out in the EMR Industries Super Cup. Well, as is usually traditional at V8s Online, in some races we like to do a lap on board with a chosen driver in the race, and I think, well, the director thinks as well. I don't exactly take credit for Jay's hard work in the box, but we'll do an onboard lap with Josh Muggleton as he comes out of the final turn. Let's have a look at this track. one lap around the short but challenging Twin Ring Motegi East layout from Josh Muggleton, and that is a 22.85. Meanwhile, looking further down in the field, the battle for 4th and 5th. Michael Schreier versus Greg Stewart. That's really heating up.
Yeah, it definitely is. It looks like Greg's got plenty of pace at the moment, so I'd say he should be able to get Michael within the next couple of laps. If not, it'll be very close.
So we've got 6 laps to go at this stage. Schreier, of course, has a little bit of damage to his left front. I don't know if that'll be affecting him much or not, but you can see Stewart just sitting there in his mirrors, getting a little bit bigger each lap. And Schreier, remember, started in 6th. So with Stewart ahead of him, maintaining his starting position, you think that Stewart would really want to get past Schreier before the end of this race?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, that's a bit of a stating the obvious from me there. I mean, if you're a sim racer and you've got a guy in front of you, of course you want to pass him. But in terms of positions and how they've changed throughout the race, I guess you could say that according to the qualifying results, Stewart, quote unquote, belongs ahead of Schreier. But hey, we'll see what happens. Well, the comparison of the last lap time is on screen at the moment. Schreier a 23.9 and Stewart a 23.6. So Stewart certainly has the measure of Schreier here. Looks like he's fallen back a little bit coming out of that chicane section. Looking like in the second half of this lap, Stewart is the superior wheelsman. Schreier seems to be struggling a bit with these air spins. Yeah, have a look at how much Stewart gains on them here. Coming into this penultimate turn, Schreier just runs wide a little. He's able to gain a little bit on exit. So aside from that, it looks like another good battle in the top 10 is Tyman, Dean and McLeod. They're closing up. Meanwhile, Tom Callahan and Jordan McDonald fighting 14th place. Looking further back in the field as well, Mitchell Cielak, it seems, has once again had a problem. He's fallen into the clutches of Mazomo and Black. So, Schreier and Stewart, meanwhile, that seems to be the battle for what to watch. This is the battle for 4th position on your screen right now.
Oh, Greg's with a big slide and he's managed to hold it. Good job.
I mean, this being a Porsche, you'd expect that to be race over, basically, but Greg Stewart has somehow managed to keep that together, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. Very, very good driver to hold that.
Yeah, so we got a replay of that on screen at the moment, just checking out how that happened. Looks like Stewart just catching the grass on entry, sending the rear end into a state of wanting to overtake the front. But as we go back live, Schreier is maintaining that. But Tyman, Dean and McLeod is the battle we're looking at right now. They've really closed up over the last lap or two. 3 to go for these guys, and it looks like Dean's going to try and pull out and try and make a move here on Tireman. Just making gains in the braking zone, but not quite far enough ahead at the apex. Oh, and Dean's run wide. It's going to let McLeod catch up. Rhythm is everything through this section, and Dean was just thrown off there. And Tireman at the exit, have a look.
Oh, it's going to be close here. All defensive.
Yeah. Wondering if Tireman's got a slowdown. Dean is going to go through here at the hairpin. Is Tireman going to...
McLeod's going to get them both, I reckon.
Oh, dear.
He's going to get Tireman anyway.
Yeah, he certainly is. As they come through the fast right-hander, looks like Tireman did not get a slowdown.
Yeah, blanking there.
Yeah, certainly not what you want to see. But Steelak back in the pits once again as well. So Steelak not having a good race at all. Well, 2 to go for the leader. As we come up to the end of this race, it's certainly had its moments, hasn't it?
Yeah, it definitely has.
Looking back in the field, it looks like the race has settled quite a bit. Aside from, of course, the battle for 7th place, which is still raging on, Dean and McLeod are now bumper to bumper. Oh, have a look at McLeod, just...
He's going to make a move, I reckon, at some point.
Greg Stewart in the pits.
Oh, no. Must be.
Wondering
Must
if
be out of field.
Oh. Yeah, I just rewound and had a look, and he was short shifting like mad out of the penultimate turn. So, yep, didn't put enough fuel in.
Flash.
Wow, what a shame for Greg Stewart. So that has meant that Michael Schreier is safe for 4th place.
Greg's all the way down to 9th now.
What a shame. That's just behind Tireman. Well, once again, it's been the story of the year since this Porsche Carrera Cup car was released. Josh Muggleton, absolutely unbeatable in this thing. Only on the rare occasion does someone else pip him to victory. But he power slides out of the final turn and takes victory. In the EMR Industries Super Cup at Motegi, flawless performance as usual.
Apparently...
Mark Dean and McLeod, though. Oh dear.
There we go.
Yeah, this could be it. This could be it. Dean's going to try and come back on McLeod. He's going to have the inside. Is he going to have the inside?
Oh, it's contact! Jeez!
Hello.
That's going to go around the outside. Oh, he's sideways. Oh, this isn't going to end well. Tireman's going to get him as well, and possibly as well.
Greg Stewart.
I think that's going to be Greg Stewart going to
go. As well. Oh, is McLeod's going to come back on Tireman?
Let's try and make a dive. Greg Stewart's going to possibly going to get advantage out of this. Oh, McLeod's going around.
Oh my goodness. Wow. What a way to finish the race. You must...
Danelle's managed to get Tom Callahan as well. You can get it top 10.
Me. Fantastic stuff from Jordan McDonnell. Wow. Goodness me, I wouldn't want to be Mitch McLeod right now. All went wrong in the last 3 turns. Oh boy. Nonetheless, everyone crossing the line behind them. And I think that's everyone, because 15 cars on the lead lap. So race results shall be up on screen. Josh Muggleton, your winner in position number 1. Scott Larnack finishing second, with the podium being completed by Michael Healy. Michael Schreier in 4th, Jimmy Ball 5th, 6th, Mark Dean, with Jared Tyman in 7th, 8th, Greg Stewart, Mitch McLeod finishing in 9th after running up, battling with Mark Dean for 6th and rounding out the top 10, Jordan McDonald.
11th is Tom Callahan, 12th is Warren Pickering, 13th, Ashley Lear, 14th, Simon Mazzomo, 15th, Simon Black, 16th, Tom O'Connor, 17th, Matt Stratford, 18th, Steve Carmichael, 19th, Mark Turner, and 20th, Mitchell Cialak.
Bo Albert, your first retiree with Kane Kugamiya, Tyson Williams, Jason Hyde, and Braden Bateman, completing your competitors for the EMR Super Cup, and Muggleton just doing the... Who does that style of burnout? Van Gisbergen. Putting himself up against the pit wall and just spinning the wheels. So good stuff from him. Well, either way, that was a fantastic race with its fair share of drama, its fair share of scintillating battles. And I can't wait for split 1 of V8s now, Cam.
Yeah, definitely. After these first 2 races of very good racing, it's going to be very, very, very good racing, hopefully, and split 1 for both the late afternoon and nighttime race.
Well, we'll see you very shortly for that. Stay with us. We've got a couple of messages from our sponsors, and we hope you'll stick with us for split 1 very, very soon. You're watching round 9 of the V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series presented by West End Mazda on V8s Online. We'll see you in a bit. The global motoring industry being the gargantuan juggernaut that it is, it stands to reason that car company-owned circuits are not out of the ordinary. They serve many purposes: business, hospitality, advertising, research and development. Most are pure testing facilities, closed off to the rest of the world, but Japan has some that go against the grain by also being full-fledged sporting venues of international significance. Honda owns 2 such venues, Suzuka and this, Twin Ring Motegi. Named so for its dual circuit construction, incorporating a separate road course and an American-style superspeedway, Twin Ring Motegi is not as revered as its fellow Japanese racetracks, but it holds its own and has just about everything that a successful motor racing circuit needs. The road course, of which we are using the East variant, is mostly stop-start in nature, with long straights, heavy braking zones, open hairpins, subtle elevation changes, challenging chicanes, and a single flowing S-bend to keep drivers on their toes. A large venue with a style and character typical of the 1990s, its strengths lie in its technical nature, and success here will come more easily to drivers who can use their brakes effectively. Motegi's planning phase was a long one. It stemmed from plans within Honda in the mid-1980s to create a motorcycle dealers network across Japan to provide customers with places to enjoy their vehicles in ways they couldn't on the open road. Part of these plans was an idea for a large, central venue. It was a slow process to gain approval from Honda's management and landowners in the Motegi area, but eventually the project was properly greenlit in 1988. Initially conceived as a motoring centre where visitors could sample vehicles on a road course, the project broadened in scope in the early 1990s after the project team visited the United States and saw the popularity of oval racing. By the time planning had finished, a superspeedway was in the works in addition to the road course. The decision to build an oval was bolstered by Honda's decision to build engines for the kart IndyCar series, and having the oval to test and hold a race on was a welcome advantage. The circuit is, to this day, Japan's largest private construction project. It opened in 1997, and almost immediately, American Series crossed the Pacific Ocean to race there. The NASCAR Cup Series held an exhibition race in 1998, won by Mike Skinner, but American open wheelers were the mainstay, racing at Motegi Superspeedway until 2010. Due to monetary concerns, the series eventually dropped the venue to focus on North American rounds. For Motegi's final IndyCar race, the road course had to be used due to the oval sustaining structural damage during the 2011 Tohoku earthquake. Since iRacing scanned the circuit before the earthquake, the superspeedway has sunk in places and is damaged to such an extent that it will likely never be used for racing again. However, the road course still has an active presence on the motorsports calendar, hosting the Japanese Motorcycle Grand Prix, Super Formula, and Super GT, among various local events and private hire. The track is also the location of the Honda Museum. Twin Ring Motegi's East layout has seen spectacular action in the official iRacing V8 Supercar series in the past, and its hairpins provide plenty of opportunities for drivers to put on a show. An excellent circuit for racing, it will be the bravest who come out on top. Here at the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series, we're really excited to see the amount of exposure and interest this championship has attained. We've recently been getting a lot of messages and comments asking questions about the series and how to get involved with it. So to make things a little easier for everyone, we've decided to create this video to talk about the basic facts of our championship and how you can get in on the action. V8 Scops uses the racing simulation service iRacing. iRacing is different from other racing games in that it is not a one-off product that you purchase. It is instead an online-only subscription service. One pays a subscription fee to use the service and base content, and then purchases more individual cars and tracks on top of that. Available for purchase are both the Holden VF Commodore and Ford FG Falcon V8 Supercars from 2014, plus 3 Australian tracks, Phillip Island, Oran Park, and Mount Panorama. This is in addition to a large amount of cars and tracks from all over the world, and from many disciplines of motor racing. Full pricing information can be found on the website, www.iracing.com. If you're interested in trying out iRacing for a low price, we have our own discount code that you can use. Purchase a 3-month subscription, then at checkout, enter the code PR-V8SCOPS 2017. You'll get the 3 months for only $5. The platform is desktop computer. iRacing is not available on consoles, but that's no reason to be discouraged. iRacing's engine runs well on basic hardware, so chances are high that you can run it. Windows, Mac OS, and Linux are all supported, though the majority of racers run Windows. Detailed system requirements can, again, be found on iRacing's website. In terms of controls, there is support for many control types, but it is strongly recommended that a force feedback wheel be used for the best and safest experience. So, how do you get involved in the series itself? Well, iRacing's main draw is its official series and events, which are sanctioned both by iRacing and many real-life racing organisations. Cars and series are organised into licence levels, determined by your safety rating, which is a measure of how safe your driving is. V8 Scops, for the most part, is run outside this. It is a hosted series, independently run and managed by the community for the community. As long as you've managed to get your iRacing license level to C or above, the series is open to anyone who can make the cut. To find us, jump on the member forums via the main website, and scroll down to the Ford and Holden V8 Supercars subforum. In there, you will find relevant threads for the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series, where you can sign up, read briefings, and keep up with happenings in the championship, in addition to a wealth of discussions on the cars themselves and how to get the best out of them. We wish you the best of luck in your sim racing career, and thank you very much for checking out the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series.
When I sat in the car, you always wonder, what's it going to feel like? It was my first time driving a mid-engine GT car. My thoughts were, wow, this is really good for our first time in a car. I was really surprised by it. You're sitting low, you got the A-pillars at steep angles, the windshield's at steep angles, you can see the fender flares. I think we have a chance to win. Everything's got to go right, but I think we have a car that can win the race or be on the podium. But can you imagine how cool that would be to go back 50 years later to the year and do it?
Welcome back, one and all, to V8's Online's live broadcast of the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. You're watching round 9 of the championship, the Motegi Super Sprint, presented by West End Mazda. We're here now in late afternoon conditions at the eastern layout of Twin Ring Motegi for qualifying and race 1 of Split 1. This first race is going to be a shorter race, 25 laps with a compulsory pit stop. And the drivers are... Actually, no, I don't think there is a compulsory pit stop, is there? No, there isn't. I made a mistake. Celebrate. The second race has a compulsory pit stop and is longer at 35 laps in length, and that is going to be in night conditions. So, very exciting, Cameron Downs.
Yes, indeed, very much, with it being one of the only, and I think the only, yes, I'm pretty sure it is the only night race in the series that we do. So, very exciting to see cars, or these V8 supercars racing under lights. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in that race, and it'll also be interesting to see how this shorter first race goes, with it being no compulsory pit stop. So it'll be pretty much once the lights go green, sprint race to the end, really.
Yeah, certainly. And got some news from race control in server as the warm-up session is going ahead. We have noticed a couple of drivers cutting pit entry in over the course of the night so far. Race control has announced that pit lane entry during the race will be reviewed. A tyre on the line is okay. Over it will receive penalties. So cutting to gain time will see you penalised. So the drivers are going to have to be very careful about how they enter the pits here in the races tonight.
Yeah, definitely. Although, to be honest, if you're really needing to do it that kind of a style, it shouldn't really be pushed to the side, more or less. Clearly it's a line around the pit entry, so stay between the lines and you should be fine, sort of thing, in real life. So shouldn't be any reason as to why people should be cutting it, really, just to gain an advantage.
Yeah, certainly. Well, you never know in a series as competitive as this. White-hot tempers can flare occasionally, as we've seen at certain rounds in the series so far, particularly Watkins Glen post-race. But I suppose that's what competition does to you, and this is one of the top sim racing series in the Australian and Oceanic sim sphere, so that's how the proverbial cookie crumbles. But in the practice session at the moment, we've currently got Ethan Grigg-Gault at the top of the timesheets, with Madison Down in second place, not too far behind. Josh Rogers in third, and Rogers is just going past Madison Down. No, that's Jake Burton now as they come through the S-bends.
Yes, it is very confusing, those two red Momo cars, obviously having very small differences, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this race plays out with all these quicker guys, and qualifying is definitely going to be the key component to this entire race, with it being. So pretty much, I would say where you start is more than likely going to be where you finish.
Yeah, of course, but having said that, in both races that we've had so far tonight, we've had a massive pile-up before the drivers have even gotten to turn one, so that can certainly mix things up a little bit. And yeah, I mean, I don't want to tempt fate, but I really hope that that doesn't happen in Split 1.
Yeah, definitely. I think we all hope it doesn't happen, to be honest. To have it happen 3 times in a row is never a good look, and obviously with the caliber of driving from these sort of guys, it should hopefully not happen.
Yeah, certainly not. Well, we've got about 8 minutes left in this session at the moment, and it seems we've got quite a few drivers out on track right now. Coming through turn 1, I'm seeing Jeff Rahali going side by side with John Latham, who has only recently just re-entered the server. Behind them spins Ian Ford, who is driving a Ford. He usually drives a Holden. That's very interesting. I wonder if
Yes, indeed.
Ian selected the wrong car.
Possibly, but that's, yeah, not sure.
Yeah, because that is very strange. Seeing Ian Ford in his last name's namesake car.
It is the right livery, so maybe a wrong choice, maybe a right choice, not sure.
Either way. It's looking like two drivers are missing from the field. One of them is Stephen Sandman Clark. Not sure who the other one is at the moment, but we don't have a full field right now. So the qualifying format, which we have seen a couple of times in recent times in the VX Supercar Online Premier Series for these super sprint events, you have to make sure that you have more than one lap that counts in qualifying, because your fastest lap from qualifying is going to determine your starting position for race 1. For race 2, it's going to be your second fastest qualifying lap. So that really encourages the drivers to get out there and actually do more than one fast lap, or be more measured in their attack during the qualifying session.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be not just to bang one lap out and then sit in the pits for the rest of the session. It's going to be actually you're going to have to do one lap and then actually make sure you get another one in so you can have some sort of starting position for race 2.
Currently on screen at the moment, we've got Brady Myers, a guy that we haven't seen much of recently, but he's done very well for himself so far in this session, running a time good enough for 5th place. Fantastic stuff. Only about 0.4 of a second off Ethan Grigolt's time. Fantastic stuff from Brady Myers.
Yeah, definitely. It's an absolutely awesome result to see that in only practice, but it's still a good result nevertheless, especially to be in a split like it is with such competitive drivers and everything. So yeah, he's doing very well for himself to be where he is in this split.
And he's continuing to do pretty consistent laps as we speak. Looks like most of his other lap times have been in the mid to high 21s, so very good stuff from Brady Myers, and hopefully he keeps that up during the race. So 4 minutes to go in this practice session we're just coming up on. Now, with 38 cars currently in the server, qualifying is going to be quite the interesting session. With that many cars out on track at the same time, they've only got 20 minutes to get a lap together. Of course, we saw hints of that in the qualifying session for Split 2, which is the same length, and we had 35 drivers in that. So with your fastest 2 laps counting for your positions for both races, you really got to find that space, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. You've really got to make sure that when you exit pit lane, you don't have too many cars in front of you, but you don't have too many cars behind you, because last thing you want to be doing is getting stuck in traffic, especially if you're on your second lap.
So looking through the timesheets, it seems like everyone's pretty much bang on so far, for the most part. I don't know, Richard Hampstead perhaps, down in 13th. We usually see him at the very least in the top 8. So, not sure what's happening with Richard there.
Yeah, it's interesting to see him outside of the top 10 there. Not sure whether hasn't put in a great lap yet, or whether he's just struggling with the car. Not entirely sure. So yeah, come qualifying, we'll probably see a true pace comparison.
Of course, we can't forget that if you want to keep track of the timesheets to yourself, we do have live timing. All you got to do is check out our YouTube subscription, and there is a link to the live timing down there. Or if you're not watching on YouTube, the link is very easy. It's simply v8sonline.com/live-timing. You go to that link, you'll be able to see all the details that we may not necessarily be able to get onto the broadcast. So a little bit extra to aid your viewing experience. So 1 minute left in the practice session, and we'll be getting ready to go for qualifying here at Motegi. Very excited to see how this session goes, whether Ethan Griggold can maintain what looks to be some very good pace in this session, or if he'll be pipped by the regular top three that we've seen so far, down Rogers and Philsell, who've been battling with each other basically all season, of course, with a couple of rounds missed here and there. But all three of them are back together once again here at Motegi, and wow, I can't wait to see how this affects the championship as well.
Yeah, definitely. With it being pretty much the halfway point in the championship, it's going to start to dawn on people that it's nearing the end of the championship, and that points are going to be more and more of a value thing than just another thing to add to the standings.
Well, checkered flag is out. Session's just ticking over to qualifying, and we'll see the drivers fan out in one giant formation onto the circuit, trying to find space. And we'll get ready to begin our qualifying laps. So here we go. Upwards of 30 V8 Supercars out of the pits at Twin Ring Motegi. Fantastic stuff, seeing all those drivers fanning out. Looks like Richard Hampstead is going to lead the way. And now the jostling begins. This is almost the sort of stuff that you see on lap one, but all these drivers going 2, possibly 3 wide in turn 1. They'll be wanting to get themselves in a nice piece of track, quick, sharp, enable maximum attack.
They'll want to take care on this outlap, actually, because if they've got to do 2 flying laps, they've got to make sure their tyres are as good as possible in terms of wear levels. So you don't want to push too hard on your warm-up lap to use up your tyres, but you want to make sure they've got temp in them.
Yeah, you certainly do. Of course, this being late afternoon, the track is still very hot, or very warm at the very least. A 31-degree track, so not quite as cool as we saw in Split 2, but still. Got to take care of your tyres and how they wear in the session, as you said, Cam. But Richard Hampstead is going to be the first driver to cross the start-finish line and begin their qualifying laps. Nice and easy on the brakes down to turn 1 he goes. And following him is Jake Maloney.
So TTL 1-2 lean the field then. Good sight. Probably the only time we'll see it as well for this round.
We'll see, Cam. We'll see. Hampstead just locking up a little bit. So he ran a little bit wide in the hairpin. But that's okay. Bank of the laps. Unnecessary. If he just keeps going and crosses the start-finish line, he'll be able to get a time on the sheets. Of course, one thing that you need to consider is with the second fastest lap counting for the split, for the race 2, grid, you might see a mixed up grid for race 2, but we won't find out for sure until race 2 gets underway as Richard Hampstead crosses the line, and his first lap is going to be a 20.507, not bad at all.
Like 21.1.
Oh, 20.18, sorry, I was...
Forecast a 20.282. Good Galt with a 19.978.
Yep, so Ethan Griggolt continuing his really good pace from practice. Jake Burton, meanwhile, in the 19s, just about, it's a 120.009, so the times are very close up the front. Phil Selder third on a 20.085. Josh Rogers, meanwhile, see where he goes. He's just coming through the penultimate turn now. And Rogers has been known to be a good driver as Madison Down goes to the top, 19.946, but Rogers' qualifying pace has always been pretty good. We'll see what he can do here. It's going to be a 19.675. Josh Rogers just absolutely pulling it out.
He's just pulled the cat out of the bag straight away.
Wow, that's an incredible time from Rogers. Wow, at least my prediction was right. Fantastic lap from Josh Rogers. Dane Warren to 6th, meanwhile, a 20.161. So with that first opening, Bruce Kiley in the fence, meanwhile. Not in a very good place either. That's pretty easy to do there out of that turn. Hitting those tyre walls on the inside. But seeing after that opening slew of lap times, the way things stand at the moment, Rogers has got the edge.
Yep, so far.
For race 1 at the very least.
Now the fun part begins of who starts in race 2.
Yeah, that's the thing. Because remember, they've got to be very conscious of doing better times more than once in a row. So Richard Hampstead on screen right now.
Rogers' second lap was a 20.064.
Not bad at all. So Richard Hampstead coming up to the final turn. No, he's not. He's just going to go straight to the pits.
So far, Rogers is actually the second. Has actually got the second, quickest second time as well.
Yeah, certainly has. Ethan is still waiting for a representative second lap time from Ethan Griggolt. So having another crack is Ethan Griggolt, just staying to the outside and then shooting to the inside to get that good run. Who is that in front of him? That is Jared Filsell. So Ethan down into turn 1 now. Nice and smooth line. Oh, runs a little bit wide and blinks as well. Uh-oh. That's not good.
It's not ideal.
Certainly not. Well, Luke Harvey, meanwhile, on an outlap. Luke Harvey, interestingly, recently left Evolution Racing Team and is currently campaigning as a privateer. So, new stage of his sim racing career for Harvey.
Possibly, and rumour has it that he may be joining Trans-Tasman Racing. I can't confirm that, but possibly rumours that he is.
He did race with them in the Australian Online Supercar Championship, of course, a counterpart series, if you will, to V8 Scops, but focusing on endurance-style racing. Glenn Postlethwaite, meanwhile,
dropped out as well.
Oh dear, that is really not a good start to Ethan Griggold's night. Glenn Postlethwaite on screen though. He's currently in 10th place. 1 minute 20.298 is his fastest lap time. and the only one that's really representative of his pace. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do on this lap.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, as he comes through the S-bend, oh, he's looking a little bit nervous coming off those turns. Of course, setup is pretty important here at Motegi. It's a very smooth circuit, very technical, requires quite a bit of tweaking of the setup to sort of get it behaving properly on corner entry and corner exit. But Postlethwaite crosses the line to do a 20.884. So that's 0.6 off his fastest, but that's still a pretty good lap time for a race 2 lap time. Dane Warren, meanwhile, currently in 6th on a 20.161. So let's see what this guy can do. He qualified on a shock pole for Sebring, and it looks like he's just gearing up to do another proper run at a lap. But yeah, shock pole position for Dane Warren at Sebring. Of course, he wasn't able to convert that into a race win, but he showed the AusNZ sim racing community that he has the pace to really challenge the top guys in V8 Scops.
Yeah, definitely. He's come a long way since the early days to get that pole at Sebring, and he's performed very well ever since he's got that pole.
Ethan rejoining the session, so we'll see more from Mr. Greg Gold before the session is done. So not far off finishing a lap is Josh Rogers, your current pole man. So he'll be wanting to do a second lap time that's closer to his first, but that's probably put paid to it, that little slide. Dane Warren just behind him though. Looks like a very controlled lap from Dane Warren. So Rogers enters the pits, and so does Warren as well. So not good runs from those guys. Jared Filsell, though, currently got Jake Blackhall ahead of him. So perhaps a slight bit of traffic. Where is Blackhall? It looks like Blackhall is down in the 21s.
Currently sitting 35th.
Jared Filsell, your 5th place driver. And he's done 2 representative lap times. But of course he'll be wanting to improve on that or get a bit closer.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with that second lap time, as it's a couple of tenths down on what his first one was.
Yeah, well, Filsell is gearing up for another lap once again. We're halfway through the session. Once again, you're seeing from many drivers that late apex at the final turn just to make sure they get on. They have a little bit more flat-out throttle time down the front stretch. It does pay dividends for your final lap time at the end of it all.
Yeah, definitely. And it also helps to get that run onto the straight if you have not done the best of best laps. Oh, and Filsell with the backslide.
Fishtailed a little bit as well.
Just casually destroying some rubber.
Yeah, and Kurt Stenberg behind him is doing a little bit of lawn mowing.
Very expensive lawn mowing, just quietly.
Yes, indeed. Probably doesn't cut much grass either. The edge of that split is pretty blunt.
This is Filsell apparently is going for a bit of a grass mowing expedition and Shane Fingersberg and drift session as well.
Yeah, certainly. Well, on screen at the moment is Jake Maloney, who is currently sitting in 7th place, negotiating the chicanes at the start of the lap, and this lap is only a few corners old, but it's looking like a pretty clean one. Oh, or is it? Looks like he just failed to pull that up. He lost the rear slightly, but hey, at least he kept going.
Yeah, hey, you may have made a minor mistake here, but you never know if you can make it. You might make it up in a different corner, so you kind of have to keep going with it. Even if you do make a minor mistake, as if you do find the extra time somewhere else, it'll be more or less recovered.
Yes, indeed. Well, it looks like this is going to be a trip around the final corner on the outside for Jake Maloney. Who is that going into the pits? That's Sam Blacklock. What on earth was he doing? Well, Jake Maloney starts another lap. So 123.17 on that lap, but of course, not a representative lap time. Ethan, meanwhile, Ethan Grigg-Galt is back in the session, and he is going to come around the final corner to finish another hot lap. Oh, just keeping the rear end under control. The final hairpin. What's this time going to be? It's going to be a 20.401. So
That
finally,
would put
he
him-
set the second lap time.
That would put him about 15th in the session.
It might put him fourth in the second race, though, we're hearing from our director, so...
Yeah, that would be about right.
Noticing a bit of a drop-off in lap time as well. I think the track's just getting a bit too hot for any blistering lap times to be set. One thing that we haven't talked about so far is the addition of Cut Price Racing to our sponsors list. They are now our official replay sponsor. So when we go to replays, you might have seen their logo pop up. Thanks very much for joining us, Cut Price Racing. It's a pleasure for us to represent you here on V8s Online. Make sure to check them out. So drivers going into the pits once again. As we are currently watching Josh Rogers on a flying lap. Someone off track in front of him. It looks like Brady Myers. But Rogers just looking super smooth. As we're hearing, the top 38 is separated by 2 seconds. So this cam is a super close session.
Yeah, definitely in the top, I believe 19 is separated by a second, so it's very close indeed. And there's a couple of guys coming back out for more laps in the background there.
Yep, and Rogers set a 20.3, so that's outside of the scope of his first and second fastest laps. Forzan El Nabi, meanwhile, coming through the S-Bend. He's currently sitting in 8th place in this qualifying session, and it looks like his second fastest lap time is only 0.2 slower than his actual fastest, and he did run a little bit wide there, but from what I saw of his lap, it looked pretty clean. He's going to dive straight to the inside, so he's electing to finish this lap and not start a new one. Forzan crosses the line to do a 20.71. So no improvement, but he's still in the top 10. Meanwhile, for All Star Motorsports, Thomas McMillan, he's got in front of him Emily Jones, and McMillan is going to go for the pits. Following in Daniel Benefield, who we haven't seen in a V8 supercar in a very long time. For Redback Racing Team.
Yeah, it's been quite a while since he's been in one of these tin tops, so it's good to see him back in the V8 Scop series.
David Moore, meanwhile, in 14th place at the moment, just started a lap. Just tapping the brakes, feathering them through this section of the circuit. Looking like a good lap so far. His fastest lap is a 20.364. He hooks up that hairpin nicely. Just a little bit of a lift in the middle of the fast sweeper. And back around to the S-bend. Very smooth lap so far. Oh, David Moore, hard on the throttle, just a little too hard. But this looks like a lap that will, at the very least, be level with his current fastest and will provide him with a race 2 lap time. It's going to be a 20.635, so good stuff from David Moore. And we'll go to Brady Myers now. Currently in 16th in the session. Hasn't posted a proper second best lap either, so this could be it.
If it isn't, he'll have to do it very soon because he's running at a time with 1 minute now remaining in the session.
Yeah, getting very close to the checkered flag in qualifying here at Motegi. 21.3 is his second best, but he does a 20.723, so another good lap from Brady Myers.
Yeah, definitely. Much more respectable, and it'll definitely help him in race 2.
John Latham on screen, though, at the moment in 13th place, car number 37. His second best lap is a 20.8, with his current best being a 20.35. So he'll be hoping that he can get it down in these dying seconds of the session. The checkered flag will fly before he crosses the line. So this is John Latham's last lap. He hooked up that turn nicely, just using enough of the curb. And the checkered flag is now out in qualifying, so session will be over. Latham exits the final turn. And his final time, a 21.27. So that's session over for John Latham, and drivers will be setting their final laps right now. Dean O'Brien about to cross the line. No time, unfortunately. Oh, Glenn Postlethwaite just getting crossed up in the S's. Oh, that's a bit of a drift.
Oh.
Wow.
Sam
Did well to
Blacklock
recover that.
about to finish a lap here.
Yes, indeed. So, currently 19th on a 20.6.
Goes
And
quicker
another
on that lap.
20.6. Wow. Good stuff.
Madison Down about to finish a lap as well.
Yeah, Madison Down currently in second on the timesheets. We'll see if he can match his best time now, 20.219. So it's looking like Madison might have pole for race 2 with the 20.085 that he set.
No, Rogers is by the looks of it.
No, Rogers will probably have it. Director feeding us misinformation once again. We're hearing Phil Sell might be third, then Greg Galt, then El Nabi. That's current projections. It might change. But the starting grid for this one is up. Josh Rogers is your pole man for race 1 with Madison Down second. Ethan Greg Galton third, Jake Burton fourth, Jared Philsell in fifth, Dang Warren in sixth, Jake Maloney seventh, and the top 10 rounded out by Forza El Nabi, Ian Ford, and Glenn Postlethwaite.
From 11th to 20th, we have Richard Hamstead, Thomas McMillan, John Latham, David Moore, Riley Blythe, Brady Myers, Bruce Keeley, Sam Blacklock, Luke Harvey, and rounding out the top 20 is Emily Jones.
In 21st, we've got Nick Cummings with Lee Ellis in 22nd. 23rd is Jeffrey Harley, Kurt Stenberg 24th. And the top 30 being rounded out by Ryan O'Sullivan, Jordan Ross, Craig Jones, Corey Preston, Michael Taliancic, and Henry King.
Then from 31st to 39th, we have Ben Twydale, Adam Wyborn, Kyle James, Dean O'Brien, Jack Blackhall, Mark Newton, Daniel Benefield, Jason Quire, and Matt Stratford.
So a 39-car field taking to the grid here at Twin Ring Motegi for race 1 of Split 1. The Motegi Super Sprint, once again presented by West End Mazda, a very gracious round sponsor for this and the final 3 rounds of the series. So the drivers now waiting as the clock ticks down. We've got about 30 seconds to go until the lights go up. Looks like Benefield is around the last corner as Quire as well. Quire on the apex of the last corner. So Quire, Stratford, and Benefield, along with Mark Newton, they won't have the best time of it getting off the starting grid.
No, it will be a bit of a challenge and it'll require a bit more throttle control than normal.
It certainly will, but the revs are rising. And we're getting ready to go. The green flag is going to fly now at Motegi. And away we go. Looks like a clean start from everybody up the front. Look at the jump from Phil Sell, though. He's going to try and go up the inside of Ethan Griggolt coming into turn 1. Rogers right to the inside. Madison down. Forced to the outside in turn 1.
Going to go around the outside of all 3 of them, just about.
Wow, incredible stuff. And it looks like we've got some cars around in turn 1. Hampstead's off. We've already got a car off on the inside as well. But it looks like, other than that, oh dear, big crash. Ben Twydale. Lots of cars involved in that one. Jake Blackhall coming off among the worst for that. But wow, other than that, first couple of turns have been pretty clean. We'll get
Phil Sell's on his lid!
Oh no, really?
He rolled it!
Oh, Phil Sell, that is absolutely horrific. Horrible race start for Phil Sell. Remember, he's fighting for the championship lead, and it looks like he's crabbing. He's got suspension damage. Big suspension damage. Oh no, what happened up the front? We are going to get a replay of that. Goodness me. I have no idea what eventuated there, and I have no way of telling.
It's been turned by Griggolt.
Oh, what a shame. I have no way of actually viewing what happened because the car's unloaded from my replay at that exact moment. So, terribly sorry, guys. But
Grigolt's off as well.
On screen there, Ethan Griggolt now off at the penultimate turn. Oh my God, what a start. So we'll go back to the crash at the start just quickly as the field continues making its way around lap 2. Unsure of what happened there, but just multiple cars involved. Corey Preston seemed to be involved in 2 crashes. Poor Corey Preston just not having a good time of it in this series at all. It's like he just got stuck up the inside of a few people, had to make his way down. It seemed like he just jumped on the anchors a bit and then just got bumped by Craig Jones, I think, and Ryan O'Sullivan. But back alive. Lee Ellis and Thomas McMillan battling pretty hard here. They went side by side just then. Jeffrey Harley getting involved in that as well. And they've got a long car train of cars behind them. Have a look at Ellis here, trying to get back up the inside of McMillan. Who's that in front of them? That's Emily Jones. Yep. So, behind Phil Sell now out of the race, we're hearing, as is Ethan Griggolt. So, those are your 2 major players now out.
That could be championship changing, actually. Oh, someone's looped in the background. Oh, and Preston's around and with massive contact there.
Oh, no. Driving backwards down the front straight, Corey Preston. He's going to try and get that. Oh, goodness me. Oh, no. Whoa, dear. That was a head-on collision just about. Oh, my Lord. So Preston is going to have to get that turned around. What on earth happened there? It's all going off in these first 2 laps. So Preston... So Ethan had issues with his screen going black, we're hearing. So that's the reason that went pear-shaped. So who was that made contact with Preston? That was...
By the looks of it.
Wow. Yeah, Kyle James just bouncing off Preston, and now he's got suspension damage as well. Replay on board with Kyle James just glancing off the front end of Corey Preston, and now he's got a car that is perpetually sideways. So close. Incredibly close. Wow.
Extremely lucky.
3rd, 4th, and 5th, though. Jake Burton back. Looks like Dane Warren is pressuring him for the final position on the podium, but Maloney's not too far behind either. Oh, had to take a couple of minutes to catch our breath after those first 2 laps, Cam. Oh, Corey Preston around once again on the back straight there. He'll probably be wanting to request a pit, perhaps, because he's not moving. Meanwhile, Jeffrey Harley and Ryan O'Sullivan, with Lee Ellis involved in that as well. So, once again, Jay Kennedy in the background saying all aboard the Ryan O'Sullivan train. As we were saying before that chain of incidents happened on lap 2, this is an absolutely magnificent train of cars we've got going here. So there's Ryan O'Sullivan, Jeffrey Harley, Lee Ellis, Nick Cummings, Kurt Stenberg, who is just caught the grass a little bit. Corey Preston has returned to the pits.
There's actually about 7 different teams in that little battle pack with Ryan O'Sullivan and those lot.
Yeah, it certainly is. Fantastic variety of teams to be seen here. And have a look at the move in the background. Ben Afield now on Craig Jones. So that's the move done. Teliancic, meanwhile, is heading up the back here, looking to get a piece of this pie. So, while that's going on, we'll take another look at the battle between Burton and Warren. It looks like Warren's fallen back a bit into the hands of Maloney and El Nabi, and Ford behind them are looking to get in on it as well. Warren running wide in the first half of that S-bend. Oh, Maloney catching up to him. Is Maloney going to try and move? Warren's going to cover the inside, but just taking enough of the track. Meanwhile, Madison Down out. Madison Down's lost connection, it seems. So that's another major player out of the race, Cam.
This championship changing immediately.
Oh my lord, it's all going off here at Motegi. So Dane Warren's on for a podium now, and Josh Rogers is going to profit massively from this in the championship.
Yeah, definitely, and so will the rest of them. Jake Maloney will actually take the lead of the championship at this point.
Wow, that's quite incredible. So if Maloney can stay where he is, stay out of trouble.
Completely, it's gone.
Madison is gone, so there we go. Josh Rogers. Jay Kennedy is going to take a look at Madison Down's stream to see what on earth happened, because Madison Down is streaming now, by the way, at Mad94D on Twitch. So you can check him out if you want to see an onboard perspective of his races. Looks like he is not live on Twitch at the moment, so yep, and there we go. Madison has officially dropped out of the server. Oh my lord. So that's basically gifted Josh Rogers an absolutely incredible lead in this race. So going back to the present, McMillan and O'Sullivan battling, with O'Sullivan trying to get past McMillan after being passed earlier. McMillan sees him coming and goes wide. I'm not sure if that was intentionally going wide or not. It looks like O'Sullivan's blinking a little bit. He's going to go back to the inside again to try and get past McMillan. Or is it to defend from Rahali? Because Rahali is right there as well. On Rahali and Ellis making contact there. Good job from Ellis not to spin that. But it looks like Nick Cummings is going to have a go at Ellis now at turn 1 around the outside. They are level at the turn-in point. O'Sullivan,
Oh, they're side by side, two side by side. Oh, Ellis and Nick Cummings making contact a little bit.
Oh, take care. Thomas
Goes around
McMillan
the
off the
outside.
track. Oh, O'Sullivan just leaving Thomas McMillan enough room on the inside. Jeff Harley coming through. McMillan onto wheels.
McMillan's off.
My goodness. It's just been contact galore in these races. What's going on? Oh, McMillan, no. Almost getting up
Side by
into
side
the
with
back of
Blacklock.
Dean O'Brien. Oh, hello.
Stenberg,
Blacklock.
sorry.
Big netcode contact between those guys. That was Stenberg, sorry, yes. The big netcode contact between those guys. And now have a look at Stenberg. Oh my god, 2 cars side by side at a time.
Oh, the contact
And
with Craig Jones there.
Yep. That was Benefield, I believe, making contact with him. So netcode not everyone's friend tonight. Stenberg and McMillan once again side by side coming into the hairpin. Can McMillan hold the outside? No, he cannot. Looks like Benefield's going to try and get up on him on the inside. Whoa. It's been absolutely non-stop. I don't think I breathed once in that last lap. Meanwhile, up the inside of Rahali, almost Nick Cummings. Goodness me. One more battle happening is Postlethwaite versus Hampstead. Sam Blacklock just behind them as well, so that's another 3-car train happening at the moment. Looks like Postlethwaite just running a little wide on the exit. That's going to let Hampstead get a little bit of a look in. See how they go.
The rear gears should make a move.
Yeah, but it looks like he just had a little bit of a slide through the sweeper, so he's staying behind for at least one more corner. Another shout out. We gotta get to Riley Blythe for P7. Blythe has, yeah, he's really turned up his game recently as Riley Blythe. Good to see him up there in the top 10 for Evolution Racing Team. But now Postlethwaite versus Hampstead is really going off. Hampstead looking to the inside. He's going to go for the dive on Postlethwaite. Glenn sees him coming.
Quite.
Yeah, looks
Although
like
this is
Hampstead's
going to be interesting. Here we go.
Oh, yeah, he hasn't quite got it done on corner exit. Postlethwaite has got the run. But it looks like Hampstead will probably get through on the inside of the turn 1. It's very hard to defend the outside down here at the bottom of the hill. Hampstead goes through, and that's move done. But now Postlethwaite just getting hit by Blacklock. Oh, fully crossed up was Postlethwaite. Fantastic for him to to get that recovered. Oh, have a look at the run that Blacklock has got, though, through that last corner there in the S as he's going to try and go up the inside here at the hairpin. Big lunge from Sam Blacklock. And he's through on Postlethwaite. Have a look now at Brady Myers.
Myers all over him.
Yeah, he'll be wanting to take advantage of this too. Glenn Postlethwaite's last half a lap has not been very good to him at all. We'll see if he can keep it from being the curse of a full lap. But meanwhile, once again, second and third on. We're jumping all over the field here, aren't we?
Indeed, it's just all going off, and it's not even the last lap. We're not even halfway through yet.
Yeah. Second and third, Jake Burton versus Dane Warren, but have a look at Maloney and El Nabi behind them. They certainly have not dropped off by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, definitely. I think Maloney just needs to be not take any risks and just finish, because of the fact that if with Madison down in both full cell DNFing more or less, it's now opened the championship up completely. So yeah, it's just going to be a matter of not doing anything stupid and just bringing it home to get some solid championship points over everybody else.
Yeah, certainly. Well, now Blacklock and Hampstead are unleashed, and they're gapping Postlethwaite Looks like Myers and Harvey behind them are holding station. Meanwhile, it looks like Bruce Kiley had a slowdown because he's just let Emily Jones through on the back straight. Oh, Nick Cummings, meanwhile, in the background with Jeff Rahali. It looks like Rahali's gone by Cummings. Just made a mistake on the exit of the hairpin, but Cummings is going to try and go up the inside again into the S-bend. Nearly getting chopped by Rahali. Have a look at how aggressive Cummings is on turn-in. Look at that.
Yes, definitely pretty confident on their entry under brakes, so it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, Jeff just lost it there a tiny bit on the entry to the hairpin. So the train continues. Meanwhile, behind them, Kurt Stenberg, Daniel Benefield, and Thomas McMillan still going at it with Craig Jones in on this as well. Jones bumper to bumper with McMillan. That's just a constant train of cars. Gap's pretty consistent throughout. Oh my goodness, look at how much they close up into turn one. Oh. Meanwhile, closing up once again the battle for second. It's at 3/10 now.
Warren's on for second here if he keeps this up.
Yeah, he certainly is. Don't forget, there's no requirement to pit in this race, so this is a battle all the way to the end.
Yeah, definitely. So these guys are actually going to have to look after their tyres and fuel as well, to the point so that they don't actually use it all up too quickly.
Yeah, 25 laps is the race length, so Josh Rogers has just started his lap 12. And he is now 8 seconds ahead of Jake Burton at the line. Phil Sell, meanwhile, looks to have rejoined. 5 laps down, but he's back out. Just trying to salvage what little points he still can at this rate. Luke Harvey, meanwhile, has just gone past Brady Myers. Looks like we are going to go to a replay of that to see what happened.
Oh, someone's off.
And seeing that someone is off, unfortunately, I'm not able to commentate on the Myers-Harvey thing because my replay once again decided to unload the cars. Looks like Brady had a sideways moment. Just got a bad run and that let Harvey through. But you were saying someone was off, Cam.
Yeah, Kyle Jane went off big time through turn 4, sorry, and right across the grass and everything. He's lost a number of...
And we've got a message from Race Control. Looks like Moore versus Latham, and Moore was given a drive-through, so Lee Ellis, once again, these guys are getting really, really close. But second and third is still on screen. Neither of these guys are giving an inch. They're still the same length of time apart that they've been all race. Now, usually that would be considered boring because not much is changing, but when you consider this in context, these guys are two of the fastest drivers in the series, and they're battling for second place and running times that are incredibly competitive even in qualifying. So when you consider all of that, as Warren just closes up on Burton in the braking zone, this is an incredibly exciting battle.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, both drivers having their weaks and strengths at this track. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes and whether Dane can actually get past Burton here.
Yeah, it looks like Dane attempted a bit of a late apex there to try and get a run on Burton, but unfortunately for him, it hasn't worked. So Burton still stays just a few tenths ahead of Dane Warren. Meanwhile, looking back in the field, looks like Rahali has lost 2 positions there to Ellis and O'Brien. So obviously something happened in the last lap to change that. Yeah, Warren is right on Jake Burton now. Have a look at this. Bumper to bumper. Burton off in the grass a tiny bit there. Just a tiny bit of wheel spin. But Warren will see that. They're past the halfway point in this race now. Oh, Burton just getting a little nervous in the middle of the S-bend. At least he has the direction change of the car down pat. Have a look at Warren. He's so strong in the braking zones.
I reckon he's going to make a move at some point here. He's definitely got the pace, so it shouldn't be too hard to do.
Yeah, of course, but you got to be very measured about when you decide to do it, because if he decides to put one up the inside of Jake at this point, it's highly likely that Jake will just attempt to pass him back. So you got to time it effectively.
Yeah, definitely.
Once again, gaining under brakes, and Maloney is right there with them as well. He has stayed latched onto the end of this battle for laps at a time.
Yeah, definitely has been very consistent as well.
El Nabi and Ford, though, behind them, they're battling quite hard for 5th and 6th.
Yeah, definitely. Forzan's doing very well to hold off in here. A very experienced driver, so it's going to be interesting to see how this goes.
Yeah, Blythe and Hampstead as well behind them. Another 2-car battle that is looking pretty interesting. Hampstead gaining on Blythe into the hairpin. But Blythe doing very well to hold off Hampstead's charge. Meanwhile, down in the field, Benefield, a slowdown, I think. A slowdown for Daniel Benefield.
Oh, he's run to the side of McMillan there.
Okay, alright.
Right ahead.
I think there were better ways to get onto the racing line than that, to say the least. We're going to get a replay of that. Oh boy. Certainly not a very nasty surprise for Thomas McMillan. So Benefield gets the slowdown. He lets by Jones and Ellis and almost McMillan, but I think he didn't quite predict that McMillan would be there. So made some side-by-side contact just coming into the braking zone. And McMillan did very well not to put that straight into the wall.
Yeah, definitely. It would have been very easy to put it back in the wall after that.
As we see Hampstead has gone through on Riley Blythe. There's, oh no, Blythe into the back of Hampstead.
Oh.
Wow, that we'll stay with this and see how this pans out. It looks like Hampstead's just getting a bit of a run on Blythe. Blythe not letting Hampstead go just yet, though.
Madison Down is reconnected as well, so he'll start to try and recover some points.
Yeah, but what a horror race for Down and Phil Sell, both fighting for the championship and both out of the race in very unlucky fashion. So, as we once again go to Jake Burton and Dane Warren, have a look at Dane having a look on the inside. Yeah,
he's very close now.
Yeah, it's getting closer and closer to crunch time now. They're coming across the line now to start lap 17. So we're going to have to... Yeah, 8 laps to go. Another short break to catch our breath. This race has had action non-stop, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely has, with all sorts of battles going on throughout the field.
Well, Burton's done very well to hold station ahead of Dane Warren for the last 17 laps. Looks like Maloney's just dropped off a little bit. Oh, and I see Warren blinking a little. tell you what, Hampstead and Blythe are still going as well. So, I mean, Hampstead, of course, was the first ever champion of this series in our Test Championship in late 2014. So for Riley Blythe to be able to stick with Hampstead is a pretty damn good achievement.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, Richard being one of the more veteran drivers in the field, so you know you're doing pretty well when you can keep up with someone like that.
Daniel Benefield going into the pits. That's a drive-through for contact while redressing position, so
That'll be on McMillan.
that'll be with McMillan, yeah. So Benefield comes out of the pits and back into the race, just ahead of Jason Quire. So, another battle happening back in the field is Bruce Kiley and Ryan O'Sullivan. Briefly side by side there. O'Sullivan, as we've seen from many drivers throughout the night, very aggressive under the brakes. It looks like Motegi is one of those tracks that really brings that sort of difference in driving style out, whether you're aggressive on brakes and turn-in, or you're just able to line it up well on acceleration. That's a really interesting dichotomy that you can see between drivers.
Yeah, definitely. It's obviously got the likes of long straights, but it's also got good braking zones. So, yeah, it is more or less doesn't matter how you drive it, you're going to end up in the same boat as pretty much everybody else. And it appears Madison Dowd has just exited pit lane not too long ago, so he's back on track.
Good to see from those guys, not just giving up. So 6 laps to go now in this race, and I'll tell you what, the battle between Jake Burton and Dane Warren has still not let up.
No, it hasn't. These boys have been going at it for quite a few laps now, so I'm going to say it will start to be the effect of who's got the better tyres at this point.
Yeah, and have a look, Dane's fallen back. Did he get a slowdown, I wonder?
Not sure, but he has lost a little bit of time.
Seems he's lost a bit of time out of the chicane compared to Burton. Oh, Jake, a little bit of a slide. It's definitely not over, this battle. You see how in the second half of the circuit, Dane is just catching back up to Jake.
Yeah, definitely, and their lap time isn't that different either between the two of them. It's only a few hundredths, so yeah, it's very, very close, and going to be interesting to see what happens. I mean, one mistake from either of them, and it's going to be all over.
Yeah, certainly will. 5 to go as Josh Rogers has just started his 21st lap. Have a look at Dane just closing right up to Burton now. Now we see here at this section of the track, yeah, have a look at Dane's exit. He just loses quite a bit of time to Burton there. Burton's just able to get on the power a little bit earlier.
Yeah, possibly that braking too early into that sort of corner is hampering him a little bit. So he should really just back it up a little bit and focus on the corner exit.
Yeah, that's what's going to net him that second position, I think, because as it stands, I think it's a bit of a stalemate between Dane and Jake. Back in the field, though, Riley Blythe and Sam Blacklock are getting real close. Looks like Blythe has just fallen off Hampstead a bit, and now Blacklock much more aggressive into the corners than Blythe is, so who knows, we might see a lunge at some point. He's running out of time to do it.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's pulling out. Oh, Blythe goes to cover.
Oh, dear. Can Blacklock do the over-under?
Oh, it's close. Not quite.
Oh, boy. It's an interesting set of turns, that, because you got that little straight between turns 1 and 2, but there's not quite enough time to stick one up the inside. Have a look at Blacklock. He's got a huge run on Blythe, though, but Blythe is going to cover the inside coming into the hairpin. Is Blacklock going to be aggressive enough on the brakes that he'll be able to go ahead? But no, he won't. He might go the over-under, though. Gets on the throttle just a little bit better. Now he's going to have the inside line for the sweeper. Blythe will have to give him room here. Oh, he's going to push it, though. Blythe just stays ahead of Blacklock, and Blacklock tags him just a bit. Oh dear, this is tense. Blacklock covering, Blythe covering against Blacklock, sorry. Oh, and Blacklock sliding in the middle of a turn, and that's put paid to that for now. But Burton and Warren still locked together after 22 laps of racing. They've only got 3 to go now. Of course, this is very much unlike most battles that we see. But Warren with a huge, huge slide. I was going to say, with most battles that we see in this series, you have people attempting passes and going side by side through corners, but this is a very different atmosphere, this battle. There hasn't been a single pass made by either of these guys on each other for the whole race, but it's been one of those battles that's been absolutely brilliant to see.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, passing does make it that little bit more interesting, but with it being this close, you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and good point being made in the broadcast chat that if these two come together, Maloney will be right into it. Well, they come across the line to start lap 24, the penultimate lap. Josh Rogers up ahead has absolutely checked out. Over 13 seconds ahead in the lead. Tell you what, Blythe versus Blacklock is heating up again. They're bumper to bumper coming out of turn 1. Meanwhile, have a look at this battle behind Kurt Stenberg. Craig Jones right behind him. Oh, getting so close to his rear bumper. Ellis and Latham behind them, meanwhile. Battling hard. Rahali is leading the train, meanwhile. Incredible to see that these long trains of cars are still happening, even right at the end of the race.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can't give up until you cross the line because you don't know what's going to happen at the end of the day.
Final lap started for Josh Rogers, meanwhile, so it is crunch time now for Dane Warren. Can he pass Jake Burton? Crunch time for Burton. Can he keep Warren behind?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Don't know. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be very close if he doesn't get it.
Yeah, if any move is to be made, it'll probably be in the last part of the lap, because we've seen that Warren has this problem with the corner leading onto the back straight. Wonder if he'll be able to get it right this time. Looks like no. Or maybe he's staying level with Burton.
Here we go.
Got a slightly better exit, so... Reminder that this is the battle for the rest of the podium you're seeing right now. Second and third on track at the moment. Oh, Warren getting so close to Burton. But we'll cut away from this briefly to take a look at our race winner.
Oh, Jeffrey Harley's got a slowdown just in the background.
But Joshua Rogers apexes the final corner and exits to take the win in race 1 here at Motegi. A fantastic performance, did everything right.
Oh.
But Burton...
Well, Dave's trying to try around the outside. He's going to try and get the overrun under. Here we go.
No,
He's not going to get it.
inside and blocked him on exit. Wow. So Burton just making his car as wide as possible and taking second place. So Dane Warren completes the podium, and Maloney is going to take a very strong
Lee
fall.
Ellis has taken Craig Jones, and Latham's going to go through, and so is Jeffrey Harley.
Goodness me. We'll get a replay of that very quickly. A cut price racing replay. So what happened here? Incredible. A big dive from Ellis. Just missed the apex completely and tagged Jones, so that's unfortunate. We're back live now. Thomas McMillan is going to come across the line in 30th place after a race that really could have been better in many ways. Unfortunate for Thomas, but Jason Quire, your last finisher on the lead lap. So, wow, what a race to start split 1. So the results are now up on screen. Of course, your race winner, Josh Rogers. Jake Burton coming home second, just ahead of Dane Warren, with Jake Maloney in 4th. Forzan El Nabi completes the top 5. Ian Ford and Richard Hampstead in 6th and 7th. 8th is Riley Blythe. Sam Blacklock 9th, and Glenn Postlethwaite starts where he finishes in 10th.
From 11th to 20th, we have Luke Harvey, Brady Myers, Emily Jones, Bruce Keeley, Ryan O'Sullivan, Nick Cummings, Dean O'Brien, Kurt Stenberg, John Latham, and Jeffrey Harley.
Craig Jones finishes in 21st. 22nd goes to Lee Ellis, Henry King, Adam Wyborn, Michael Taliansich, Jordan Ross, David Moore, Daniel Benefield, Ben Twydale, and Thomas McMillan round out your top 30.
And then from 31st to 39th, we have Jason Clark, Kyle James, Mark Newton, Jared Philsell, and Madison Down. Unfortunately, both involved in earlier incidents and also disconnecting, so that's going to hurt them in the championship. And then we go back to Matt Stratford, Jake Blackhall, Corey Preston, and then Ethan Griggold.
Another unfortunate non-finish for Ethan Griggold after starting in 3rd. So that's your grid for race 1 of V8 Scops at Motegi, round 9, the Motegi Super Sprint, presented by West End Mazda. We're coming towards race 2 now. But before we do that, we're going to go on a quick break, and then we're going to have a little bit of a chat with our round sponsor. So please stay with us. We'll be back very soon here on V8s Online. The global motoring industry being the gargantuan juggernaut that it is, it stands to reason that car company-owned circuits are not out of the ordinary. They serve many purposes: business, hospitality, advertising, research and development. Most are pure testing facilities, closed off to the rest of the world, but Japan has some that go against the grain by also being full-fledged sporting venues of international significance. Honda owns 2 such venues, Suzuka, and this, Twin Ring Motegi. Named so for its dual circuit construction, incorporating a separate road course and an American-style superspeedway, Twin Ring Motegi is not as revered as its fellow Japanese racetracks, but it holds its own, and has just about everything that a successful motor racing circuit needs. The road course, of which we are using the East variant, is mostly stop-start in nature, with long straights, heavy braking zones, open hairpins, subtle elevation changes, challenging chicanes, and a single flowing S-bend to keep drivers on their toes. A large venue with a style and character typical of the 1990s, its strengths lie in its technical nature, and success here will come more easily to drivers who can use their brakes effectively. Motegi's planning phase was a long one. It stemmed from plans within Honda in the mid-1980s to create a motorcycle dealers network across Japan to provide customers with places to enjoy their vehicles in ways they couldn't on the open road. Part of these plans was an idea for a large, central venue. It was a slow process to gain approval from Honda's management and landowners in the Motegi area, but eventually the project was properly greenlit in 1988. Initially conceived as a motoring centre where visitors could sample vehicles on a road course, the project broadened in scope in the early 1990s after the project team visited the United States and saw the popularity of oval racing. By the time planning had finished, a superspeedway was in the works in addition to the road course. The decision to build an oval was bolstered by Honda's decision to build engines for the kart IndyCar series, and having the oval to test and hold a race on was a welcome advantage. The circuit is, to this day, Japan's largest private construction project. It opened in 1997, and almost immediately, American Series crossed the Pacific Ocean to race there. The NASCAR Cup Series held an exhibition race in 1998, won by Mike Skinner, but American open wheelers were the mainstay, racing at Motegi's Superspeedway until 2010. Due to monetary concerns, the series eventually dropped the venue to focus on North American rounds. For Motegi's final IndyCar race, the road course had to be used due to the oval sustaining structural damage during the 2011 Tohoku earthquake. Since iRacing scanned the circuit before the earthquake, the superspeedway has sunk in places and is damaged to such an extent that it will likely never be used for racing again. However, the road course still has an active presence on the motorsports calendar, hosting the Japanese Motorcycle Grand Prix, Super Formula, and Super GT, among various local events and private hire. The track is also the location of the Honda Museum. Twin Ring Motegi's East layout has seen spectacular action in the official iRacing V8 Supercar series in the past, and its hairpins provide plenty of opportunities for drivers to put on a show. An excellent circuit for racing, it will be the bravest who come out on top.
Hi guys, I'm Scott Speed, driver of this amazing Volkswagen Beetle GRC car. I got good news for the iRacing fam. We got this coming in. I'm currently working on it myself personally to make sure that it is as accurate as possible. With the addition of dirt and now this mean car, it is gonna be so fun. And it's gonna be available free to all the iRacing members. Personally, I can't wait to get out there and race you guys on it.
iRacing.com is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all over the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics and engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. iRacing's web-based interface allows members to compare stats and test drive any combination of car and track instantly. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 60,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsport organizations like SRO Motorsports Group to deliver virtual races based on the real-life Blancpain GT series. iRacing's Blancpain Endurance Series features team racing, giving members the ability to build a team and participate in races ranging from 3 hours to 24 hours. Additional partners include NASCAR, IMSA, V8 Supercars, IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own 24 hours of Spa, Bathurst 1000, Daytona 500, and many more. iRacing.com, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car.
I'm walking down the street.
Welcome back, one and all, to V8's Online's live broadcast of the 2017 V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. Once again, you are watching round 9 of the championship, the Twin Ring Super Sprint presented by West End Mazda. My name is Reese Gardner, and for a special feature now, we are joined by our round sponsor from West End Mazda, Jamie McKnight. Hey, Jamie, welcome to the comms box.
Hey Reese, hey Cameron, how are you guys?
Yeah,
Not doing too bad yourself.
bad.
Excellent, excellent. Been a good round so far.
Brilliant stuff, Jamie. Well, West End Mazda has obviously come on board for sponsorship of this round, the Twin Ring Super Sprint. Also for the California 250 at Sonoma next round on August 27th. And then for the Monza 250 on November 12th after the Enduro Cup. So why don't you tell us a little bit about West End Mazda, your history and how you guys got to where you are now?
Love to. Before I do that, though, November 12 is an important date. That's my birthday, so I noticed that one was it was a good date to sponsor that round. Hopefully
yes.
I'll have some success that day. But yeah, look, West End Mazda's been operational in Australia since 1963 as a Mazda dealership. We're currently the oldest standing continuing Mazda dealer in the country. Opened up at North Parramatta in Sydney in 1963. So you've got to do something a little bit right to last that long in business. And it was initially owned by a guy called Bill Fisher. And he then on-sold it in the 80s to the guy I've been buying it off, Terry Dodd. And Terry and I jointly own it at the moment with his son Adam. So the three of us have 163 staff. We're globally the biggest retailer of Mazda new cars in the world. And last year we did over 5,000 new cars, another 1,000 used. And yeah, as I said, we have 163 staff. We're a pretty happy big family business.
Excellent stuff. And obviously, you like your sim racing.
Look, I love any racing, to be honest with you, Reese. I used to get around a bit on motorbikes in my time when I was a bit younger. I'm 40 now, so in my 20s. But my business partner's mad into motorsport, and we've always loved Formula One and, V8 supercars. We're all nutters for motorsport, as you can imagine. And when I discovered iRacing late last year, I was like, where's this been hiding? And I started with a couple of $100 simulator like everybody does. And I don't want to say what my current one's worth, but it's a lot more than that, and highly addictive.
Yeah, definitely. I hear that you have a couple of employees that do it as well. And Adam Dodd also is on iRacing as well.
Yeah, so Adam Dodd's my business partner, and my basically brother at the hip, mate. We've borrowed millions together, so we're best of mates. And also one of my apprentices, Stuart Vaughan's, normally up here in Top Split for Scops, but he's racing our race car this weekend, so he couldn't make it to the Scops round. And Jonathan Bain also is he's my pre-delivery tech. So yeah, it's a bit of an iRacing thing in West End Mazda. We're all into it.
Excellent stuff. And you're with your increased involvement in sim racing over the past half a year or so, you've also gotten into the team sponsorship game as well, because Performance Sim Sports, as it's now called, has West End Mazda as their main sponsor.
Geez, you don't miss much, do you? Yeah, look, as of today, actually, I'm pleased to announce, along with Daniel Trim, our team principal at formerly Performance Motorsports, now Performance Sim Sports, we've taken over, as of today, as the major sponsor of the vehicle, along with WPC Concreting, or WP Concreting. And the great news there is that the guys at HRS were very gracious in allowing me to take those spaces on the car, because obviously they were there on the bonnet and the roof. So Brett came on board and understood that we wanted to be serious and in the sport for a long time, and he was very gracious in letting us take those places. So I'd like to thank Brett from HRS. And yes, the other good news is that WP's direct team, which is Middle Finger Racing, and my own team that I formerly drove for, West End Mazda, have today merged to be our super dev team. So we're going to focus on developing talent in that team. We've got people like Brady Whitmore and Cody in there, and Tommy Harradine, who got 7th in Split 2 tonight, and many others. I'm sorry if I left any out, but that's going to be our development squad. And you'll see all three teams in WP Concrete and West End Mazda just in different forms, from the main team. And that gives us 37 drivers in all the series that all drive V8s and GTs. So it's going to be an exciting time.
Yeah, that's an incredible amount of drivers. Performance Sim Sport, West End Mazda, and Middle Finger Racing taking on the world. I guess that sounds pretty good to hear.
Look, I don't know about taking on the world. What we're trying to do is, and to be quite honest with you, Danny's very, very like-minded with me on how you should do things in life, not just in sim sport, but in business. You've got to be fair, you've got to be courteous, you've got to be a man on track, but you've got to be respectful. And that's why we have a nice synergy, and I get along well with him. I'm happy to put my brand behind him because he thinks like me. And to give you an example, if we make a mistake on track, he demands that we contact the other driver and apologise personally and publicly on the forums. And I like that sort of style, and I'm hoping with him we can set a scene of a real professional sportsman-like scene in iRacing throughout all the races, all the grades.
Excellent stuff. So
that's we don't want to take over the world. We'd like to make it a little bit more, professional, I suppose is the word.
Excellent. That's as good a name as any, Jamie, and that's really fantastic to hear. Well, West End Mazda, you guys are in Parramatta, correct?
Parramatta, and don't forget Blacktown, two great locations, North Parramatta and Blacktown. So we've been in Blacktown. We took that over in 1998 when I was just a young lad. And that's now a big store as well. So, you can come to either one. We've got service sales, new used cars. We've got the biggest parts warehouse in the Southern Hemisphere. It's 5,600 square metres, so we do a lot of parts. And you'll always get a friendly smile and a super deal.
Excellent stuff. Well, if you're ever in the market for a new car, new or used, and you live in that area, the Parramatta Blacktown sort of area, be sure to check. Yeah, oh yeah, of course, no worries.
Deliver anywhere.
Deliver anywhere. Hey, do you deliver to Perth?
I do. That's what we got the train for.
Excellent news. All right. Well, no matter where you live in the country, you can check out West End Mazda and get a good deal from them. Well, thank you very much, Jamie, for joining us in the commentary box. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Yeah, thank you. And I'd just like to thank you guys specifically for the work that you do tirelessly behind the scenes to make the event so attractive for people like me to come on board and sponsor Scops Rounds. You do a wonderful job, probably pretty thankless, but on behalf of Performance SimSport, WP and West End Mazda, we'd like to thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jamie. We always appreciate positive feedback from anyone. Thank you very much. And have a good time out there racing.
I will. Hopefully I'll be up here in Split 1 perhaps next year, so we can talk a little bit about my racing too next time we speak. But in the meantime, I'm just going to enjoy race 2. And well done to Josh Rogers on a great win.
Excellent stuff. Well, once again, thank you very much, Jamie McKnight from West End Mazda, for joining us for this interview. And hopefully we can chat to you again very soon.
Cheers, Reese. Cheers, Cameron.
No worries.
So, Jamie McKnight from West End Mazda, of course, our round sponsor of the Twin Ring Super Sprint, and also for the next 2 normal rounds of the championship. Once again, the California 250 at Sonoma and the Monza 250. Near towards the end of the season, but we've got race 2 coming up now here at Twin Ring, Cam, and Jamie, of course, is going to be watching from the sidelines, and after that race 1, I can't wait to see what race 2 will bring us.
Yeah, definitely, and it's going to be that much more exciting with it being under lights, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens, obviously with a much cooler track and also much darker. So these guys are definitely going to keep their wits about them and make sure they're fixed on what's ahead of them rather than what's right in front of them, what's behind them.
Yeah, certainly. Well, we do have a confirmed grid for race 2, which unfortunately was deleted by iRacing, so that's why we're waiting for the server to come up. The organisers are just reconfiguring the grid so that the drivers will start in the correct place. Josh Rogers has pole for race 2 and Madison Down in second, with Jared Filsell in third. So Madison and Jared, after their race 1, which to say the least was not fantastic, they're going to want to really capitalize in this race and see how far they can get up the field. I mean, they're already pretty far up the field, but if they can maintain that, that'd be really good.
Yeah, definitely. It's an unfortunate turn of circumstances to be taken out or disconnect from a online server, but that's sim racing sometimes for you. So yeah, they'll definitely have to capitalize on this race and try and score as many points as possible.
Yeah, certainly. Well, still waiting for the server to come up, but I mean, going back to race 1 once again, like we were saying it all throughout, like the championship, massive implications for that with Rogers, of course, coming away with that victory. Jake Maloney, of course, who had the championship lead after a very good run of results, including an inherited win at the Nürburgring after Jared Filsell was removed from the top spot. I mean, this championship's really tightened up now at the midpoint.
Yeah, definitely it has. And with only 1 round before Enduros, it's made it that much more interesting with all of it being on the line come the final round of the series. But Enduros are definitely going to be an interesting point in the championship to see who can finish where.
Yeah, for sure. A reminder that this is the Twin Ring Super Sprint, but the California 250 at Sonoma Cup, the next round of the series, is going to be held on August the 27th. So more towards the end of the month. So mark that in your calendars. Make sure that you join us for that. Of course, Sonoma, one of the slowest circuits average speed-wise on the calendar, and Jay Kennedy's favorite, as he's yelling in our ears about how much he loves it. It always does throw up a really good race, doesn't it, Sonoma?
Yeah, it definitely does. It's a very enjoyable track to some extent. It's a bit of a pain with a heavier car and a tin top like a V8 supercar, but it is quite an interesting circuit, and it'll definitely, hopefully, bring some more good and close racing.
Yeah, certainly will. And of course, that is the final regular round of the series before Enduro season, the Hyperstimulator Enduro Cup, with, of course, starting off with the Phillip Island 500 on September the 10th. And then the Bathurst 1000, of course, the absolute marquee race of the season. And then we've got Road Atlanta as well, hosting a 500-kilometer race as part of the Enduro Cup, which I certainly can't wait for. But those three races, it's really different to the rest of the championship. You need to team up with another driver, and you're not just competing for your own drivers' championship. You're also competing for the Enduro Cup itself. We do have a separate prize and trophy handed out to the team that does the best in that 3-race stretch. So we always see the most dramatic racing in the Enduro Cup races as drivers of sometimes conflicting styles come together and try to make the best of this situation. So I'm looking forward to it. It's a long time away, but hey, that just builds up the hype even more.
Yeah, definitely. With it being more or less the blue ribbon / crown jewels of the season, it's definitely the thing that everybody wants to win, as it would also be a vital point in the championship, with as whoever you pair up with is probably going to mean that your championship is at stake as well as theirs. But if you are smart, you'll probably want to team up with the person that's highest in the championship. So yeah, at the end of the day, it's going to be interesting, and we'll have to see what happens at the end of the day. As Enduros are not one on lap 1 or in turn 1, they're one on the last lap of the last corner.
Yeah, and we have literally seen that happen in the past with races being decided on the last lap or podiums, etc., etc. There's something about V8 supercars and endurance racing that seems to bring out the absolute best in both of them. So, yeah, keep an eye out for the Enduro Cup starting in September, and it'll run through to the end of October here at V8's Online, and we will be broadcasting all of that live in full. So be sure to tune in for that. Servers are now going up, so very shortly we'll be bringing you more live pictures from in-server. The servers have gone up, so we are now just waiting for live pictures to come to you, and we'll have a bit of a warm-up session, and then we'll get ready for race 2 at Motegi. Now, race 2 in these super sprints, in this super sprint race format, you get a pit stop in this, and also a limited fuel tank, a bit longer race distance than race 1. It's not an out-and-out sprint. You got to make sure that you have your fuel strategy down pat. You got to make sure that you know exactly when to pit, and that will result in the best result for you. And also, as we've mentioned, the second fastest lap time from a driver's qualifying session is what defines their grid position for race 2. So there's a whole lot of variables thrown up here, Cam.
Yeah, definitely there is. It's not just go back out and do another flying lap. It's literally what you've done in the first session is what you're going to get for the second. So these guys are definitely going to have to try and either recover or hold on to what they've got for their qualifying position in this race. And also they'll have to remember that there is a pit stop. So that's just another element that adds to the excitement and strategy of this super sprint.
Yeah, certainly is. And also remember that as we've been saying, this is at night, this second race, which we've all been looking forward to, seeing this race under lights with the headlights on full beam. One thing that we haven't actually gone over is that that's going to result in much colder temperatures as well, because obviously no sun heating up the track in the virtual world. No rubber getting all molten on the racetrack on its own from the heat of the tarmac. So the cars are going to be extremely grippy, and sometimes it might even necessitate a completely different setup. As we finally have live pictures coming through, the pitch black night sky above virtual Japan. As we wait for confirmation of the track temperature and various other little numbers. 22.4 degree track temperature here at Motegi. So the coldest track temperature that we've seen all night, but that's a given. With 100% humidity, we're hearing. So, goodness me.
It's going to be very interesting to see how that affects this race.
Yeah. Of course, humidity not not the best friend of the race car. It prefers nice dry air.
I think one other thing to note about this track is that it's not entirely lit. So it's much more like what Sebring is, where it's quite dark in a lot of the track. So these guys are definitely going to have to adjust themselves to the much darker circuit.
Yeah, they certainly will. One thing that I should note as I took a look at the live broadcast and saw the live helicopter pictures from high above the circuit is the majority of the trackside lighting is on the western portion of Twin Ring Motegi's road course, which of course we aren't using because we're using the east layout. So we've actually chosen the less well lit of the two possible short circuits that can be used here at Motegi. So the biggest lighting is down the start finish straight and towards turn 1, it seems. That's where you get the most visibility. And then once you pass under the bridge, that's when it really gets dark, and really you can only tell where you're going from the car in front of you and the small traces of your headlights. So a 10-minute warm-up session before the race gets underway. We are now halfway through that warm-up session. We'll also see some incredibly quick lap times in this session as well, because these colder tracks, they work very well with the current tyres, and they result in some super fast lap times. As we see Ian Ford into the 1:19 already. So that we'll probably see 18s for sure in the race session. We hear from Jay Kennedy, our director. Of course, we gotta give a shout out to iRacing's graphics people. They've done a really good job of making the cars look great at night, but these liveries, with all the light glinting off them, they look absolutely brilliant, don't they?
Yeah, they definitely do, and it's awesome to see them at night, because you don't really get to see a V8 supercar drawn around at night too often.
Yeah, certainly. Really plays to the strengths of certain liveries as you see the light bouncing off them and reflecting off the various angles of the body panels. It's very nice to see. And of course, with this night lighting, it's a lot easier to tell where people are on the track, because you've got those two bright shining beams.
Yeah, definitely. That always helps to have an indication of where people are on track.
So Ian Ford just went faster on a 1:19.8 in this session. Rogers goes to the top, meanwhile, on a 19.3, as most drivers are practicing pit entry, focusing on that for the upcoming race. We're getting an interesting point from our director now, because he's had a bit of experience racing here at Motegi in the official series, because of course the calendar syncs up with Scops now. But one thing that has been brought up is that it's actually harder to see where your opponents are braking if you're following someone, because of course you got the tail lights permanently on at night. So when the brake lights do come on, it's only a small change. You can see the difference on board here at the moment as the driver in front enters the braking zone. There's not much of a change in the luminosity of the tail lights. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that turns out, especially when drivers are very close in a battle.
Yeah, it definitely will be. And with the headlights lighting up the rear of the car, it will make it that much harder to actually see them.
In the meantime, we're on board with Kyle James right now. Going down the front straight. Have a look at the cars ahead of them. It'll be very hard to see just when they put the brakes on. You can only just see when the brake lights come on. And in the heat of the moment, well, that can really make or break a battle or your race.
Yeah, it definitely is. The last thing you want to do is run into the guy ahead of you. It's going to be very interesting getting into turn one on that one with all that headlight flare, more or less, being illuminating most of the track and most of the cars. So it's going to be very interesting, and these guys are going to have to be very careful not to run into each other.
Yes, indeed. Well, warm-up is now finishing up. We've got only a few seconds to go, and the checkered flag is now out. So now we wait with bated breath for the final race of the night. The only night race of the season here at Twin Ring Motegi. Well, the starting grid is on screen now. Josh Rogers on pole with Madison down in second. Jared Filsell third. Ethan Grigg-Gold lines up in fourth place with El Nabi in fifth, with Burton, Moore, Ford, Dane Warren, and Richard Hampstead rounding out the top 10.
Then we go back to Jake Maloney starting in 11th. 12th will go to Glenn Postlethwaite. 13th will go to Riley Blythe. 14th, Sam Blacklock. 15th, Brady Myers. 16th, John Latham. 17th, Kurt Stenberg. 18th, Lee Ellis. 19th, Luke Harvey. And running at the top 20, Bruce Keeley.
So there we go. We can only go through the top 20 because there's not enough time to go through it all before we start racing. So the drivers are now ready. Shortened gridding time here. The revs are going to rise. Wait for the green flag to fly. And we are green here at Motegi. Looks like a clean start so far from everybody, but wait till they get to turn one.
Oh, 3 wide between Ian Ford, Dane Warren, and
well.
I think that's Rich Hampstead. Oh, good goal, making contact with Forsen El Nabi there.
Yep. Oh, looks like Lee Ellis.
Oh, Hampstead's off.
Oh dear.
Oh,
big incident. Huge incident there back in the field. Luke Harvey, Lee Ellis, and Richard Hampstead all involved in that. Oh, wow. We'll get a replay in a second. Ryan O'Sullivan nearly losing control there. Next to Kurt Stenberg. Oh, goodness me.
Oh, 3 wide for the back. Oh, and someone's back turned. It's one of the TTR cars.
Yeah, that's Blacklock.
Oh, no. Someone's rolled.
David Moore. That's Bruce Kiley. He's been turned around. He's facing the wrong way. Uh-oh. Careful,
big pull-up. Lee Ellis involved.
Oh,
the Cummins just about avoiding. Oh, there's been more cars off.
Oh my goodness gracious me. Luke Harvey involved as well.
Brian, John Latham.
Oh, wow. So, once again, on lap 1 at Motegi, multiple incidents that we got to keep track of. I don't even know where to look. We'll go back to the first incident with Luke Harvey, Lee Ellis, and Richard Hampstead, see how that turned out, or what eventuated to make that happen. Looks like it wasn't Richard Hampstead, it was John Latham, our mistake. Goodness me. And that happened coming out of turn 1. It looked like Maloney was sort of off the track trying to get things done. And Sam Blacklock involved in a couple of incidents there. First in the first couple of turns, and then coming into the chicane, just tagged a bit by Blythe. Wow. So, multiple stuff to keep track of, but we are back live now as they are halfway around lap 2. Postlethwaite and Dane Warren battling hard here.
Warren's going to want to get by here as quick as possible.
Of course, Rogers once again has put out a gap on second place. Looks like Down, Phil Sell and Greg Galt have all managed to keep it together this time around. So they're sitting second, third and fourth as we speak. We got them on screen at the moment, locked together in a little 3-car train with Rogers about 1.5 seconds ahead of them. Look at Phil Sell and Down, bumper to bumper. Oh no, Madison's got a slowdown. So that's already a big change up the front there. So he's had to let Phil Sell and Greg Galt by as Greg Galt sets the fastest lap of the race.
Apparently Nick Cummings is in the pits after a bit of an incident with himself and Matt Stratford under the bridge through the second part.
Yep, Jeff Rahali, meanwhile, in the background getting passed by Craig Jones. Once again, a very long train forming. Hampstead, O'Sullivan. Have a look at this. Incredible. Oh, have a look at O'Sullivan on Hampstead up the inside.
Oh,
Hampstead's going to get the traction, though. O'Sullivan loses out.
Blacklock's going to come through as well. And he's possibly going to get... No, he's not going to get Hampstead.
Nah. He'd be a fool to try.
The gap was there, so...
Yeah, but the question is, would Hampstead have left it open?
Oh, someone with a big moment there coming out of the final corner.
Who was that? That was Craig Jones, I think.
Yes, it was by the looks of it.
So Jones and Rahali.
Oh, Riley Blythe
Blythe.
almost running into the back of his teammate.
Oh dear, and that's going to let Emily Jones through, or is it? Oh dear.
Oh, John Ross trying to go by as well.
Oh dear, Blythe might lose 2 positions here. Oh dear. Hard and mouth stuff through these turns. Craig Jones is going to probably get Blythe here as well. I don't think he'll be passed enough. Blacklock
Past Hampstead there.
Oh, Hampstead might be coming back here.
Blythe's managed to hold off Jones here.
Oh, meanwhile, Postlethwaite and Warren.
Oh,
Postlethwaite off the track almost. Oh, there's too much happening again. Stop.
No, keep going, keep going. Two opposing forces. That's not going to work.
Mate, I don't want to get my mouth jumbled. Craig Jones and Jeff Rahali, though, going side by side. But they're back in line, coming down into the last turn. So Rahali gets the jump on Jones. Now he'll be in hot pursuit of Riley Blythe just ahead. This is some excellent racing we're seeing. Have a look at the biggest movers, as we're seeing, Craig Jones, Henry King, and Emily Jones. Massive gains from all of those. Looks like O'Sullivan is really good as well, but the first 3 were up 9 places. Tell you what, another battle back in the field, I think, positions 20, 28, 29, and 30. That's Jason Quire, Adam Wyborn, and John Latham. Fantastic battle here. even down the rear of the field, you're seeing these incredible fights. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Who's dead here? Hamster. The run out of the corner. Ooh, that's close. They're both having a bit of a wiggle, and he's got him.
Yeah, but here comes Emily Jones wanting a piece of this. Craig Jones.
So I'm going to get a look up the inside.
I'm getting my Joneses confused. Oh, have a
One
look at
Hamster
there.
goes around the outside, just. Emily Jones now all over the back end of O'Sullivan here.
Yeah, and this is a 5-car train now. We got Hampstead, O'Sullivan, Jones, Ross, and Blythe, all in the same piece of track.
Yeah, it's about to get interesting.
Yep, oh, here we go. O'Sullivan on Hampstead, and have a look there. Jordan Ross on Emily Jones in the background.
Ooh, that's tight.
Yeah, very tight.
Oh, Riley Blythe's going to follow Ross. Jordan Ross through.
Or is he? It looks like Jones has been able to maintain that. Oh, Jordan.
Ooh.
Big slide on corner entry. Is Emily going to try and get him back here? No. While Daniel Benefield, we're hearing, is off the track. Just cutting the course of the chicane, but... Emily Jones. Oh, they're 3 wide coming into the hairpin just about. Oh, Eve.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Blythe.
Here we go.
Yeah, this is going to be it. This is going to be the move for Riley Blythe coming down into turn 1 on lap 7.
Jones is going to follow suit.
Oh, hang on a minute. Ross has got a bit of straight line speed on Blythe. Is he going to turn
appears to
in?
have a bit
Yeah,
of
he
damage,
is.
So.
Yeah, Blythe is... Yeah. Okay, so put paid to that for at least the next 5 or so seconds. I can get it right down. Oh, goodness me. Oh, I'm seeing O'Sullivan had a slowdown there, sorry. It looks like Blythe had a slowdown as well, and Rahali. Oh my god, that's like 3 cars at once getting a slowdown at the same time. That's really crossed things up there. Henry King's in the midst of all of that. So Henry King now plus 11. Craig Jones plus 11. These guys know how to make their way through a field, evidently. Oh, what is happening? Madison, meanwhile, starting to catch Ethan Griggault ever so slightly. That's a 20.257 for Ethan on the last lap and a 20.132 for Madison, down just a 10th quicker, but any time gain is a time gain. So, while the director makes snarky jokes in my ear about my about my abilities to expand on concepts, we're still seeing some fantastic racing all throughout the field. There I go again. 7th and 8th though, fantastic. Oh my goodness. Yep. Well.
Oh, here we go.
Cam, this is a
Deja
complete
vu.
repeat. Yep. Deja vu. We've just been in this place before.
Only difference being it was daytime.
Yeah. Oh, they've been going at this since the afternoon, and now it's night. They're still not stopping. Jake Burton and Dane Warren heavily involved in a battle with each other. I'm having a look behind them, though. A very close battle. It's Jake Maloney and Ian Ford. Ford just... Ooh, it was an almost half dive up the inside of the final hairpin, and Maloney just getting crossed up on exit there, catching the grass beyond the curb. He's going to cover Ford. Here we go. Is Ford going to get him under brakes here? Huge lunge, and it looks like Maloney's just going to let him straight through.
Yeah, not a silly thing to do, probably.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Brady Myers and Kurt Stenberg going at it.
Holden Cruise versus a Holden Commodore, and the Commodore wins.
Yeah, certainly does. I mean, rear wing here at Motegi is definitely not something you can live without. Meanwhile, have a look behind them. Riley Blythe has found himself down in 23rd position and is battling with Mark Newton and John Latham, and Blythe is going to make the move on Newton. Move done very nicely. Have a look at Latham now. He's going to try and get a piece of that. Seeing quite a few cars with some bent panels after the lap 1 shenanigans. But Dane Warren and Jake Burton still very close together in 7th and 8th position. Seeing basically a repeat of the battle from race 1. Dane's just sitting behind Jake at the moment. He's not making any crazy moves.
No, he's not. He's just biding his time and waiting. He is minorly quicker though, so best in the fact that he does have to make a pit stop. It's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, certainly will. I think. Oh, Jake just caught the grass. I keep having problems saying the word grass for some reason. I keep saying catching the curb, but no, he's catching the grass. Green stuff. Thank you, Jay. Although green stuff can also refer to AstroTurf.
I thought the new term was iGrass, but okay.
Oh, iGrass. Well, that's you should patent that.
Yeah.
Oh dear. If viewers think this is bad, you should hear us bloody outside broadcast. But Richard Hampstead into the pits now.
Not a bad idea considering he's in traffic.
Yeah, certainly.
Get the pit stop out of the way early.
Meanwhile, David Moore has caught Forza El Nabi fairly quickly. So now there's two-car battles eventuating here. 5th and 6th, and 7th and 8th. Forza El Nabi a little less aggressive into the turns than Moore is. Dane Warren so close to Jake Burton now. They're almost bumper to bumper. Oh, he's going to go for the move. Here he goes.
All right, move done.
Yep, and no, he's overcooked it. Jake Burton just zips by to retake the position right away. So, unfortunately, that's cost Dane Warren time.
Although he has gained straight back time, so
Yeah,
he hasn't lost too bad.
The first one of these guys to pit will probably be the one who comes out in front at the end of the pit cycle, because the undercut is worth quite a bit in these cars. Of course, that also depends on a variety of other factors, such as the traffic around you. The tyre wear, of course, not massive with the cold weather. The tyres can last quite a bit longer in these night temperatures, so the drivers can drive a little harder. Meanwhile, Emily Jones and Craig Jones, along with Ryan O'Sullivan, locked in a battle here. Henry King just trailing behind. Have a look at O'Sullivan. He's gaining a little on Jones here in the braking zone. Of course, not too much happening over the second half of the circuit. My eyes are trained once again on the Dane Moore and Jake Burton battle. Looks like both of them have avoided the pits. Not seeing much of big moves, but Lee Ellis off the track. He's just parked. Oh dear.
Technical issues, maybe?
Perhaps. Meanwhile, Craig Jones pits. Just rewinding a bit to see what happened to Lee Ellis. I saw his engine
Oh, it's blown his
smoking.
motor.
Yep. Oh dear. Meanwhile, Dane Warren's got a slowdown. Now he's down behind Postlethwaite, so real shame for Dane Warren. I think if he's going to pit any time, it has to be now. He'll have to see if he can get a little bit of an undercut on Burton, however small it may be. So Lee Ellis requesting an escape. Meanwhile, Madison Down goes to the pits just as he catches up to the back of Ethan Grigg-Galt. Forza Nolnabi and David Moore still very close as Postlethwaite goes to the pits as well. And Dane Warren has stayed out once again. So now we're seeing the pit cycle really begin in force. So, staying with El Nabi and Moore, it's the kind of battle that we've seen quite a bit of tonight. Oh, as Moore super aggressive under brakes. It's any wonder that he manages to pull that thing up with how hard he's braking.
Yeah, definitely.
It's almost... I'm seeing Jake Burton catch up to the back of them here. Looks like major gains from Jake Burton. Maybe with Warren behind him so close, Burton was just driving his mirrors a bit, and El Nabi goes into the pits. Dane Warren still stays out, and Ian Ford is catching him.
Just exiting now as well.
Yeah. So
Just stays down here.
Yep.
Oh, but he's run wide, and Madison's going to come back up the inside and
there
get
we
him.
go. Madison down to effective third. Is Ethan going to let him get away with that, though, is the question. Oh, Jeffrey Harley's gotten another slowdown coming onto the back straight. He's let by John Latham and Riley Blythe. And Latham going for the move on Blythe here in the background down at the hairpin. Blythe, just squeezes him.
Oh, bit of door banging there.
More door banging. Goodness me.
I know it's touring cars, but jeez.
Yeah, the side of Latham's car's looking a fair bit crumpled now. Ian Ford pits. No, he does not. Dane Warren has pitted, and Jake Burton has pitted as well. So, looks like Burton and Warren have followed each other in, as Phil Sell is in the pits as well. Phil Sell's away. Now let's see what Burton and Warren can do. Looks like Phil Sell might have lost time to Madison there.
He has, actually.
So, not too far behind at all, and it looks like in the midst of all of that, Dane Warren has lost out even more to Jake Burton, so he's way behind.
Yeah, he's behind Forzan, so he's definitely lost out quite severely there.
Oh, Jared Philsell. Oh, goodness me. Forzan just keeps ahead of Jake Burton. Meanwhile, Jared Philsell, under pressure from Henry King. Philsell had a magnificent slide coming onto the back straight, and it looks like he's still having trouble with that rear end even as I speak. Got to get some heat into those tyres, I guess.
Yeah, does pay to... Oh, a big wheel from Jake Burton there. Just casually touching the grass.
Oh dear. Oh, wow. That was incredible. Oh, there's Sam Blacklock pits. Moore and Josh Rogers in the
Rogers
pits
are leaving
as
the
well.
pits now as well. And he's gone.
So this will be Rogers making sure that he cuts off Phil Sell, and he has done that pretty convincingly. But how is that shot from Postlethwaite's on board?
Very interesting. Merging two cars together at once in one go.
Oh, Jake Burton, a little bit of a slide. David Moore, though. Oh, goodness. Yep. Wow, have a look at John Latham. He's just over-undering this entire section of track. Oh, Latham with the hot tyres, the big advantage here. And Moore's almost coming back at him slightly in the braking zone, but John Latham is going to take that position, and now Moore is under pressure from Forzan El Nabi.
Indeed, and Jake Byrne is not too far behind either.
So it looks like a complete pit stop jump there, Moore on El Nabi. So it can be done. Oh dear. Oh no, Moore.
Oh, that was lucky.
That was so close. Burton's going to get El Nabi here. Or is he?
Latham and Blythe into the pits there.
Yep. Emily Jones in as well, so more drivers pitting. Have a look at Forzan versus Jake.
Forzan, here we go.
Yeah, Jake left Forzan just enough room on the inside there. Forzan took every inch of it, and now he's through into turn one. Is Burton going to come back at him? Yes, he is. He's up on the big pillar, side by side through the double chicane section. Oh, Jake
he's going to do it.
Forzan. Yep, there he goes. Oh my lord. It just doesn't stop, does it?
No.
So 3 drivers are left to pit. That's Corey Preston, Henry King, and Ian Ford. So it looks like Corey Preston has been given a drive through for contact on lap 5. Stewards report. So, Madison down and Ethan Greg Galt still quite intense. And we're hearing that Phil Sell is catching Rogers, so who knows, we might see a battle for the win come up.
Quite possibly.
I'm interested to see how late Ian Ford saves it, because who knows, he might be fuel saving. He is
quite possible.
He is known to do that in these races, just to see how far he can get ahead. And of course, this is prime fuel saving territory on his lonesome out the front. Meanwhile, something has happened to Dane Warren, it seems. He's not showing up on our screens. Oh, there he goes.
Bit of connection issues.
Yeah, just a little. Down in 11th. Of course, he's got El Nabi and Postlethwaite just ahead of him. And
Ian Ford's in the pit lane and Rogers is about to go by.
Alright, there we go. Ian Ford at a standstill and the leaders are going by. Have a look at Ethan and Madison.
Ford's just left his box now.
Alright, so that puts him, I think, about 9th or 10th.
Just in front of Blacklock. So about 11th.
Right. So there we go. Unfortunately, that's a loss of positions. Henry King is the only driver left to pit, so we should be expecting him in any time now. Well, Rogers has responded to Phil Sell. He's gained another 3/10 on him this time around. The gap is now out to 2 seconds. Oh, have a look at Ian Ford here. He's involved in a battle with Jake Maloney and Sam Blacklock. Looks like he fell back behind Blacklock, actually. So Dane Warren and Glenn Postlethwaite still... Oh, dear.
Jeez.
That was almost a move. Ethan Grit-Gold and Madison down. Still locked together. We're hearing that Preston has not served his drive-through yet. Meanwhile, Ford gets past Blacklock again into turn 1. We're going to go to a Cut Price Racing replay. Looks like Blacklock has gotten past him again. Oh no, that's I'm looking at the wrong car. Fatigue is setting in, Cam.
And I thought it was the most ridiculous one, but okay.
Yeah, I thought, yeah, fatigue's been setting in for you for quite some time, hasn't it?
Yes, definitely.
So we're seeing quite a few moves here that are sort of half done, then the driver decides to pull out of it. Of course, staying with Brady Myers. Oh, big contact there with Craig Jones. Have a look at Emily Jones here behind them. Well, now in front of Craig Jones. Oh, Craig lunging back up the inside of Myers, and he's going to go off the track completely. And
playing the centre.
Yeah, count him out completely there. So Henry King exits the pits and the field is cleansed. Emily Jones, though, going at the inside of Brady Myers into turn 1. Oh, they make contact. With Emily Jones now past Myers. So Corey Preston has not been a good night for him. He's just been given another penalty for cutting the pit entry on his way into his drive-through. So, that's I wouldn't want to be behind the wheel at that point. Jeff Harley getting past Mark Newton as well. I kind of messed up there. I didn't mean to say I wouldn't want to be behind the wheel. I wouldn't want to be in the vicinity of. Just forget I said anything, man. I'm Jake Maloney and Sam Blacklock on screen at the moment. I should stick to what I'm good at, which is commentating on battles. Jake Maloney and Blacklock, another two drivers that have been well in each other's vicinity for much of the night. Interestingly, it seems Ryan O'Sullivan has fallen back a fair bit from them. Looks like O'Sullivan has fallen back closer to the Emily Jones-Brady Myers battle. So, Madison and Ethan, once again, Madison with a very aggressive turn in into turn 1. And it's sort of mirroring what happened with Burton and Warren in race 1. seems that it's like it's exactly the same sort of thing. The trailing car seems to not have as good of an exit onto the back straight, but they're staying roughly the same length of time apart.
Yeah, that might be possibly due to a lack of vision as to where the apex of the corner is, possibly. That's hampering their ability to go through the corners properly, but just a theory I've got, possibly.
It's a perfectly valid one. I can see that, looking at the body language of Madison's car, it's got a much more aggressive rear end on that thing. But this battle really heating up now as Forza El Nabi and Dane Warren.
As well as Glenn Postlethwaite and also Ian Ford just behind them.
Yeah, I'll have a look. Looks like Ian Ford is going to go up the inside of Postlethwaite to the hairpin. Postlethwaite actually going quite wide, it seems. Tell you what, Jake Burton seems to be falling back into the clutches of El Nabi and Warren slightly. Have a look at how much they're gaining. Oh, Forzan, a little bit of a slide on corner exit. Warren has, he got a tiny bit of a run, but not enough. Look at how close they are coming up to the back half. Warren's going to go up the inside into the S's. Is he going to hold it? Yes, he is. Job done for Dane Warren, but is El Nabi going to try and come back at him into this hairpin? No, he's not far enough ahead. Dane Warren not having the best of luck with that penultimate turn.
No.
The rear end was out once again, and El Nabi is going to try
and... Yes, no, he's going to go around the outside.
Pulls right out of that one.
Try and get a run and Sting. It's a bit of wheel spin.
Well, that's given Jake Burton more of a gap now. El Nabi weaving in Dane Warren's mirrors. Well, behind them it looks like Postlethwaite, Maloney and Blacklock are equidistant from each other. So yeah, Maloney and Postlethwaite and Blacklock. Looks like Postlethwaite is having a few issues with that rear end through the fast turn. Of course, a good amount of front grip is never unappreciated in a car like this, around a track like this. You've got to be quite careful where you place it. So this race has flown by pretty much. We've got 9 laps to go, Cam. Looks like Rogers is doing quite well up there with a gap of over 3 seconds to Jared Filsell up the front.
Yeah, he definitely is. He's holding station. He does have to remember, though, that even if Jared does pass him, he's still going to win the round anyway. But knowing Rogers, he'll want that race victory to make it 2 for 2 and completely dominate the round.
Oh yeah, certainly. When Rogers wins, he wins by quite a margin, or so it seems. Madison down and Ethan Griggolt for the final spot on the podium. It's certainly not over.
Trying to make
Maloney.
a move on possibly.
Yeah, here we go. We might see it here. He's got a bit of a run. We'll have to stay behind through fast turn. Oh, these guys are very close now. Mr. Postlethwaite is now the defender, and Maloney is sticking to the inside here. He's doing a bit of a lunge under brakes.
He's got to defend from Blacklock here as well, so he has to be careful.
He certainly does. Have a look at Blacklock there. He's really monstering the back of Jake Maloney. Looks like Maloney has a bit of a run though. Blacklock though, very aggressive under brakes. Just catches right back up to Maloney in the braking zones. Oh, Maloney ran a little wide on exit of that first turn in the sequence. Postlethwaite's been able to gap these guys now. Oh, did I see a puff of gravel?
Awesome.
Yeah,
I think
Corey Preston just ahead of them. So he's going to slow down and let them by. Another battle that's happening is for position number 22. Daniel Benefield has just gotten by Mark Newton, so that's another change in position. I think that's for 23rd. There's been a bit of shuffling for that position in the last couple of laps, it seems. Maloney. Oh, have a look at him here. He's going to go through on Postlethwaite. Oh, kicks the rear end out. Gets smacked back into the line by Postlethwaite's right front quarter.
Oh no, Postlethwaite's held off Blacklock there.
He certainly has, and Maloney will be enjoying this because it means that it'll get Blacklock off his back a little bit. Looks like it's so strange. Like Postlethwaite's been able to gap these guys before, but other laps he's fallen right into them. I think his consistency hasn't been the best in this race. Nonetheless, he's been able to keep it going. Oh, have a look.
Oh,
Okay, that almost ended in tears. I wonder how much of that was intentional. Meanwhile, Dane Warren has caught up to Jake Burton. When have we seen this before?
Deja Vu Part 2?
Yeah, I'd say so. Gained half a second last lap and 3/10 the lap before, so Dane Warren on an absolute charge.
Yeah, definitely is really on the go pedal now to try and catch and hopefully pass Jake Burton here for 6th.
Of course, the battle for the podium is almost out of the question for them, but for Ethan Grigg-Gold, it's still very much a possibility. He stayed within Madison Down, within a few tenths of Madison Down, sorry. Oh, meanwhile,
Ian Ford making a massive dive on Forzan there.
Goodness me. That is going to get a Cut Price Racing replay. So, that's, wow. That's the same kind of move that we saw in EMR, was it?
Yes, from Jordan McDonnell.
Yeah. That's incredible. That I don't understand how he managed to do that. I wonder if Forzan braked early.
Forzan's going to look to make a move, possibly. No, he's going to sit behind.
Yeah, well, we are now in the 30s in terms of lap times. But Dane Warren out once again. Having serious internet issues is Warren. So we're going to wait for that with bated breath to see if he can get back in. But Madison and Ethan closer than ever. Looks like Dane Warren is indeed out of the race, so what a
That's
shame for
unfortunate.
Dane. Still, I suppose coming away with a podium is nothing to feel bad about.
Yeah, it's pretty good to get a podium.
Have a look at Ethan
Oh,
Griggold
Griggold's
here.
going to go up the
He's going
inside.
for the move.
Bobby Madison's going to do the over and under here, possibly.
Now it looks like Ethan's been able to get it down. So now, it's essential that Ethan gets this sequence of corners right, because if he messes up even a tiny bit, Madison will snap at his heels.
Madison's all over him here. He's looking...
Yeah.
No,
He was backed
Ethan's
up.
got a good run.
Ethan backed him up a little bit in the last part of the sequence, so no run for Madison this time around. Oh, Ethan runs a little bit wide in the hairpin, though. Looks like Dane Warren is officially gone. Actually, looking in the broadcast chat, he is quite upset. I feel you, man. I wouldn't be too happy if that happened either. Ethan Griggold, though, barely keeping that rear end under control as he's now being the hunted. Oh, here we go. Madison might have a run here. Ethan's going to stick to the inside. Is Madison going to try and overtake him around the outside of the hairpin? We shall
No,
see.
try and get a better run.
Yeah, well, he's going to go for
here
the
we go.
late
He's
apex.
probably going
but-
to get checked up here.
Yeah, he did. And he's losing time to Ethan down the straight. As we have 3 laps to go, is Madison going to try and go for the move on the inside? He's having a look, but he moves back onto the racing line in the braking zone. Ethan runs wide. Oh, he gets the traction, though. Well, here we go. This is going to be the battle to watch in the last couple of laps of this race. This is fantastic to see. Does Madison have a run
Well,
here?
Madison's
Is
got a
he
run. Here he goes.
Yeah.
He's going to look up the inside, and he's going to
Nope.
stay stationary.
Yeah, this is a waiting game. Madison's going to wait until the last lap to make a move if he does.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to be patient, and he's just going to wait, and then do it when Ethan least expects it, I reckon.
Yeah, well, Ethan's holding himself up pretty well through this sequence of turns. It was here where he was at his strongest. It's all about setting a move up into that first turn during this last half of the circuit. Meanwhile, Jake Burton is catching David Moore, but I think this battle is the one to stay with. As they start the penultimate lap. So Ethan Griggold currently holds the final podium position after chasing Madison down for it all race. Joshua Rogers is still your race leader with Jared Filsell about 4 seconds behind. These guys are very far back from the top 2, but this is fantastic. Madison down, just still holding back, just waiting. Fires it more towards the inside sooner than Ethan does in that section, but look, he's just losing a little bit more time there. Lunging under brakes still. Desperate to stay in touch. Well, the white flag is now flying for Joshua Rogers. He crosses the start-finish line. Jared Filsell bringing up second place behind him. So now it comes down to this between Ethan Griggold and Madison Down. Evolution Racing Team versus Trans-Tasman Racing. Who is going to come out on top here for the final podium position? It looks like Madison is just a bit too far behind Ethan to really make any moves. Looks like Ethan's... But Postlethwaite and Blacklock have just changed position behind them. But I'm quite impressed by what Ethan's done in these last couple of laps. I think he's had most of his energy in reserve so far, and he's just turned it up once he passed Madison and was able to gap him just slightly, but they've only got a few turns to go. Madison Down struggles with the rear end a bit. power sliding out of the hairpin. That's given Ethan even more of a gap as they come into the S's. But Rogers, what can you say? He's been absolutely flawless all night. Brilliant job from the TTL number 92 driver. So Joshua Rogers coming out of the final turn to take victory, making it 2 from 2 here at Motegi in the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. Jared Filsell will come second, and it looks like Ethan Grid-Gold
is not done yet. Jake Burton's going to try and go around the outside at the final corner here on David Moore. Here we go.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty close. Have a look at that. Is Moore going to overshoot? Burton's going to try and stick
Burton's going to try and go in the grass, and he's going to push him.
Yep. Oh, just getting a bit of a run.
Oh my goodness, going to get too high to the race, and he got him!
Whoa. Hold on a minute. Did Moore run out of fuel?
Oh, Moore's out of fuel.
Oh my god. Oh. Oh my lord. Oh. Poor David Moore. Right at the line,
close as well.
man. Right at the line. There's a replay of that on screen. Where is the start? There's the start-finish line. It looks like Burton was... Oh, man. Absolutely incredible. 4/100ths of a second Jake Burton got him by. Oh, wow. But Jordan Ross has dropped spots. It looks like he's out of fuel as well. So there are a few drivers who were unfortunately caught out by the pit stop in terms of fuel. David Moore, how would you be? He had 5th place basically in the bag and then lost it at the line by less than half a car length. Well, the race results are now up on screen. Josh Rogers, your race winner, with Jared Filsell finishing in 2nd place. Ethan Grid-Gold holding off Madison down for 3rd. Jake Burton takes 5th from David Moore at the line, while Ian Ford comes home in 7th. Forzan Olnavi 8th, Jake Maloney 9th, and rounding out the top 10, Sam Blacklock.
Then we go back to Glenn Postlethwaite in 11th. 12th will go to Ryan O'Sullivan. 13th, Emily Jones. 14th, Henry King. 15th, Brady Myers. 16th will go to Craig Jones. 17th, Riley Blythe. 18th, Kurt Stenberg. John Ross, 19th. And rounding out the top 20 is Jeffrey Harley.
Daniel Benefield makes a gain from 35th to 21st position. Bruce Kiley coming home in 22nd with Mark Newton 23rd. Adam Wyborn in 24th. Jason Quire 25th. Michael Taliancic and Kyle James finish in 26th and 27th to round out the drivers finishing on the lead lap. Meanwhile, your retirees begin with Dane Warren, Corey Preston, and John Latham in the top 30. And finishing off the field, Richard Hampstead, Jake Blackhall, Lee Ellis, Matt Stratford, Nick Cummings, Luke Harvey, Ben Twydale, and Dean O'Brien. And that is your 38-car field for this final race of the night here in the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series, the Motegi Super Sprint, presented by West End Mazda. Well, Cam, I really don't know what to say. That was action from start to finish. Fair bit of drama as well, as is usual for this series. But wow, that was simply fantastic for the last double format of the season.
Yeah, definitely. It was an absolutely awesome night of racing with a lot of action and a lot of drama and all sorts going on throughout the night of racing in both Split 1, Split 2, and also the Porsche Cup. So, yeah, an absolutely awesome night of racing as usual, and hopefully we get that again at Sonoma in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, hopefully. Sonoma, of course, we're returning to the 250-kilometer race format, so we won't see any of the craziness that results from the split sprint and super sprint formats. But nonetheless, the 250k race format has proven to be a fantastic format. Just a single race, 2 pit stops, the drivers going at it for a quarter of a Bathurst 1000, as it were. But wow, brilliant stuff from all the drivers here at Motegi tonight. Just waiting for interviews if anyone wants to jump in. Looks like we have gotten our first driver for interviews, so we'll bring him in while we wait for other drivers. It's Daniel Benefield for Redback Racing Team. Mr. Benefield, welcome to the commentary box. It was a mixed night for you.
Yeah, well, it didn't start off too great. For whatever reason, I decided that I couldn't qualify during the qualifying session. I think that's up there with probably one of my worst qualifying my worst qualifying performances in my entire career.
Well, nonetheless, you still managed to get in there and finish both races regardless.
Yeah, that's a positive. The aim was really survive lap one, which I knew in both races was going to be an absolute mess. To be honest, I expected race two to be more of a mess than what it actually was, with the really cold weather. And then go from there. In race one, I got a really good start. I gained like 9 places or something on the first lap, and then went forward from there. And then I had to I had a bit of a contact with Lee Ellis, and then I had to readdress that. And then as I was readdressing that, I came into, I think it was Thomas McMillan. I completely my fault. I simply did not know he was there. With the VR, I'm still learning with VR, especially since I don't drive the V8 that much. It's a completely different car to race compared to the HPD and the prototypes.
Yeah, I can imagine having been on track with you quite a bit in prototypes, but nonetheless, for coming to the V8 after a long time out of it, it was not a bad result regardless, Daniel. So thank you for joining us, and hopefully we see you again soon.
Hopefully, thanks for the cast, guys. Like as always, great job, like normal.
Daniel Benefield there for Redback Racing Team. So the next driver that we're going to bring into the commentary box is, of course, our round winner, having won both races, Josh Rogers of Team TTL. Josh, absolutely flawless performance tonight. You must be happy with that.
Woo! Got the monkey off my back finally. That's good. Haven't had a win in a while, but yeah. What a race! That race one, lap one. Did you just find that entertaining? That was a bit unfortunate.
Yes, we did.
For Phil, so.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Well, we found it entertaining. I suppose the drivers found it entertaining as well, but in a slightly different way.
You're probably not wrong there. Nah, but all in all, good weekend. I mean, even the week leading up was really good. I think we're really happy with the way the car was heading. And I think we finally managed to get on top of some of the things we were struggling with last round. So, yeah, onwards and upwards from here, hopefully.
Excellent. Well, coming, of course, it was basically a perfect round for you personally, but coming up to Sonoma, we returned to the 250-kilometer race format, of course. Sonoma, we saw, I think, last year. It was quite the interesting race, and perhaps we can see more of the same this year.
Yeah, Sonoma always turns it on, purely just because of its narrowness and technicality, I guess. I think that was my first Scops podium last time, so hopefully we can do what we've done this week again. 250 is always a bit more difficult, with a bit more complicated strategy, and tyre wear being a key role in doing well at Sonoma due to its high tyre wear. So yeah, fingers crossed we can take this performance and move to there.
Yeah, certainly. All right. Well, congratulations on your double win, Josh. Thank you once again for joining us. We'll see you at Sonoma.
See you, boys.
That's Josh Rogers there of Team TTL. I think the next driver we should bring in is Ethan Grigg Galt after his fantastic podium in race 2. Well, Ethan, obviously your race 1 was not the best race you've ever had. Of course, that's probably the understatement of the century from me, but still, you managed to back up your good pace coming into the race with a podium in race 2.
Yeah, no, it was awesome to finally actually have a race where I could show off some pace that I had here after the blunder that was the first race. That ended up being a monitor issue because I'm running a new rig at the moment, and the cord actually came loose in the back of the monitor and knocking it around a bit with the shifter, and it's just fallen out, and then I've pretty much died in the race. So, yeah, it's an awesome result to come back for a podium in the second race, and I'm really happy about it.
Yeah, well, fantastic stuff, of course, in race two. I mean, you really turned it up this round. I mean, coming into Sonoma, of course, probably couldn't have a more different circuit from Motegi. Of course, Sonoma is very bumpy. It's very slow. It's got lots of big curbs. And of course, we've got a nice long race ready to go when we go back to the 250K race format. So, I don't know. What are your thoughts going into the next round?
Sonoma should be a pretty good round for us. It suits a V8 well, having the high curbs and all that sort of thing. And so, yeah, we'll get the Logitech cars in the practice and try and make up a set for it and bring us straight up the grid again. Should be good fun.
Fantastic stuff, Ethan. Well, congratulations once again on the podium. Catch you at Sonoma.
Thanks, boys.
Ethan Griggolt for Evolution Racing Team there, bringing home his car in a magnificent third position in race two, despite coming home, not at all coming home in race one. Madison Down is the next driver to join us here in the commentary box. Madison, welcome. And obviously race one for you, Ethan and Jared, was absolutely horrific. But race two, you turned it up with Ethan and you came home fourth.
Yeah, not too bad tonight in race two. Race one was a bit of a disaster for a lot of the front running guys, bit of a disaster for TTR. Jared and myself both having our dramas. Can't really explain what happened to the internet. I was streaming for the first time tonight, so a lot of people were probably saying, oh, it's the stream that did it. I actually don't know what caused it. There was no signs of it. It just, internet dropped at my house, and I've got no idea why. It just all of a sudden died. So, yeah, that was unfortunate. I'm not sure if it was a router crash or whatever. I did notice there was scheduled maintenance for NBN in my area, so it could have been related to that, but who knows. Anyway, that happened. But race two was a fair bit better. Didn't have that drama, and luckily came away with a decent-ish result, but I mean, it's not really the result we want as a round, and we struggled a fair bit tonight in TTR. Like in the end, I ran the VRS setup on my car a little bit tweaked, and it was good, but we just weren't quite there. And Jared went a different direction, and he just wasn't quite there either. So unfortunately, we just didn't quite have the pace to take it to Rogers, and in my case, to take it to Ethan. But it was a great battle at the end, so that was the positive to take out of it.
Excellent. Well, Cameron and I were discussing after race one that, of course, the misfortune of you and Jared and the comparative fortune of Josh Rogers has big implications for the championship. So, I mean, coming into Sonoma, the last round before Enduro season, I suppose you guys will be right on it trying to get back on there?
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how we go. We've been quite strong for a lot of this championship, particularly strong at the bumpier circuits. So it'll be interesting to see how we go at Sonoma. I think we should be pretty right for Sonoma setup-wise. I just don't think we quite hit the setup right tonight. Just got it a little bit wrong and ended up basically 2 or 3 tenths off where we needed to be. But I mean, it makes the championship exciting, doesn't it? I mean, Jared and I both had shockers tonight. Rogers has had his fair share of shockers and brings him a fair bit closer. But no, we'll see how we go. Just quick shout out to the sponsors as well. Momo, Fuel Auto Tech on my car. It's been great. And also Virtual Racing School as well. With the partnership, we've linked up with them since the last round of the championship as well. So that's been really good, that relationship. So yeah, now I'll move on to Sonoma and see how we go.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Madison, and we'll see you there in a few weeks' time.
Cheers, guys. Catch up.
Madison Down of Trans Tasman Racing there. I think the next person we'll bring in is Jake Burton. And Jake, we're just having a look in our personal broadcast team chat, having the round results, and you finished in second place for the round, 28 points behind Josh Rogers. Congratulations on that. It was a pretty solid round for you.
Yeah, thanks, Reece. It was a bit of a tough round. As Madison probably discussed with you guys, I think we were a fair bit off the mark in terms of setup for this one. But I ran with a setup in the first race and just had catastrophic understeer. Dane was much, much faster than me, and I got a little bit lucky with Ethan, Jared, and Madison all having unfortunate races, and just managed to hold him off. But then second race, I went the other way and just had way too much oversteer. So yeah, we definitely got some work to do on these smoother tracks. I think we ran a little bit too soft, but yeah, overall really happy. Second for the rounds, great, and yeah, just it's good to capitalize and keep out of the problems when other guys have not so good rounds.
Yeah, certainly. And looking at the championship standings, it seems you're staying well in touch in the top 6, if not the top 5. So coming into Enduro season, you're going to be pairing up with Madison Down again. And am I right in assuming that both of you are going to be able to make Bathurst this year?
That's correct. For the first time since
Oh.
2015, we'll be at Bathurst. So yeah, really excited about that one. Phillip Island's going to be a bit of a tough one. I'm heading over to do the Aussie Driver Search Pro competition at Sandown on the same weekend, and my flight lands about 2.5 hours before the race starts. So we'll be doing it, but it's going to be a bit tough for me, and I probably will be doing minimal laps. But yeah, really looking forward to the Enduros. There's 3 awesome tracks this year, and obviously Madison and I were really strong last year. Got a bit unlucky and couldn't quite snatch the win, but Bathurst will be a real challenge that I think we're both going to take it with both hands.
Fantastic stuff, Jake. Well, of course, the end of the Enduro Cup is still a fair amount of time away. So looking forward to the more, what's the word? I've completely lost my train of thought, but Sonoma is what I was working towards with that statement. Sort of got lost along the way, but Sonoma, back to the 250-kilometer race format. And yeah, I suppose Sonoma is a favorite among the V8 drivers. So yeah, I suppose that that should be a good round as well.
Yeah, we've had really good pace this year on the bumpier tracks. Obviously, Sonoma and Okayama are pretty much going to be 2 very similar rounds, and we had awesome pace there. So really looking forward to that one. I recall earlier in the year saying that I wasn't going to make Sonoma, but I've actually forgotten the reason why I wasn't going to make it. So I'll have to double check that one. But I think it's really going to be a matter of who can keep the tyres on the car, much like Okayama. It's going to be, I think, just under 80 laps in length, which is a huge amount of distance to do at Sonoma. And the track's basically a cheese grater. So it's going to be tough, but really looking forward to pretty much every race until the end of the season.
Brilliant stuff, Jake, and we hope to have a chat to you at just about every one of those to come. Thanks for joining us, Jake, and we'll see you when we see you.
Thank you very much, guys. Catch you next round.
Jake Burton, Madison Downs teammate at Trans-Tasman Racing. And the final driver that we're going to talk to tonight is Jake Maloney of TTL. And Jake, it was another solid round for you once again.
Yeah, that's pretty much been the story of the year, just solid. Completed every lap of the season, haven't gone a lap down, just getting the consistent results, and it's paying off.
Yeah, having a look at the round results, you finished in 5th place in the round standings, 50 points behind Josh Rogers. And yeah, obviously fantastic stuff from you once again. And your consistency has meant that you are in the running for the championship lead. So how does that feel?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. Yeah, I'd hope to be within the 300 points at the final round, and then, yeah, you never know what can happen from there. But yeah, it's been a good season so far.
Well, looking forward to Sonoma. I suppose you're intending to continue that run.
Yeah, Sonoma's always been a track I've quite enjoyed going around, and looking forward to going there and not making the mistake I did tonight, which was turn the headlights off in the graphics with not out testing them before the race. Couldn't see a thing.
And you still managed to finish where you did regardless.
Just couldn't battle anyone from behind because I couldn't see them in the mirrors and didn't know where the track was.
All right, then. Well, that's a very interesting note to end on. Thank you very much, Jake. That's God, if we had known that, that completely flips the perspective on some of the battles that we saw with you involved. So yeah, fantastic job to finish where you did.
Yeah, I'm still solid. I don't think I probably had much more pace than where I was. I don't think it affected me too much, but it was just one of those things that made it a bit uncomfortable.
Well, either way, Jake, once again, Congratulations, and we will see you at Sonoma.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for the broadcast.
And that brings to an end our driver interviews for tonight. And Cameron, goodness me, Motegi absolutely turned it up tonight, didn't it?
Yep, definitely did indeed.
Yeah, obviously, some drivers are not too happy with the way the driving standards have been going recently. And, I mean, we all like a bit of entertainment as spectators and broadcasters, but we do like to see clean racing. And some of the lap one stuff that we saw tonight was stuff that we probably could do without, but I think most of what we saw was still excellent. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how Sonoma goes with the return back to the typical 250k race format. It should be a slightly more relaxed event, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, from a driver's perspective, when you're paying to drive in a series as competitive as Scops, you kind of do expect it to be making it through turn one in every race, more or less, and actually finishing rather than being taken out. Obviously, the likes of race incidents happen here and there, and that's racing at the end of the day. You can't really stop that. It's just unfortunate when that sort of stuff happens. But yeah, hey, I mean, it's always good when there's action going on everywhere, like we've been seeing, and hopefully with the 250k format, we hopefully see a lot more relaxed racing, and everybody can actually make it through most of the race cleanly.
Yeah, here's hoping. But either way, it was certainly an entertaining race tonight. So thank you for joining me, Cam. And of course, we can't forget West End Mazda for sponsoring this round and the next two rounds, the regular rounds of the championship as well. It's fantastic to have them come on board.
Yeah, definitely. No worries. It's always great to be in the comms box, and it's also great to have a sponsor on board with such a series as V8 Scops. So yeah, thank you very much to West End Mazda. So without them, it probably wouldn't have been as great of a broadcast, to be honest.
Yeah, certainly. Fantastic stuff from West End Mazda coming on board. Thank you very much. Once again, be sure to check them out if you're in the market for a car to enter your life at some point in the near future. Thank you very much for joining us. Be sure to like V8's Online on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and be sure to like the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series page on Facebook as well to keep up with happenings in the championship and some extra information, insider information as well. Thank you very much for watching. You've been watching the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series Round 9, the Motegi Super Sprint, presented by West End Mazda on V8's Online. We'll see you again very soon.